All right, a very good evening wherever you are watching us. You are right on time because we are going to start the pre-debate analysis of the presidential debate that is expected to be starting in a few minutes from now at around 5 p.m. And despite the schedules of what should happen for the debate, so much has been the talking point in regards to who shows up for the debate, with the Azimio la Umoja presidential candidate already indicating earlier on he will not be attending that particular presidential debate, as well as the Roots Party presidential candidate, that is Professor George Wajackoyah, said that he will not be debating. If at all, the stage will not accommodate all the four presidential candidates. Wherever you are watching us from, welcome at this hour as we take a pre-debate analysis and trying to evaluate everything that has been happening all through the week, as well as the build-up into this particular presidential debate that is expected to start at around 5 p.m. My name is Chris Sambo, and in studio I'm with my colleague Vincent Kerosi, who will be joining in for this particular discussion as we seek to discuss and evaluate every situation that has been coming up in regards to the presidential debate, as well as Steve Ogola, the political analyst and researcher, will be joining us shortly as we seek to give you what you need to know at this particular hour. Just to inform you that the presidential debate is expected to start this particular evening, and with all things that are at ground, then we should be expecting the first tier of the debate to start at around 5 p.m. And I just want to welcome you, Vincent Keros. And before that, let me just give our viewers a tip of who we expect for that particular debate. Professor George Wajackoyah of the Roots Party, David Wahiga Mwaura of the Agano Party, Raila Odinga of the Azimio la Umoja Coalition, William Ruto of the Kenya Kwanza Coalition. All of them have been scheduled at different tiers to be able to debate for the presidential debate 2022. Professor George Wajackoyah, David Wahiga Mwaura of the Agano Party are expected to debate on the tier 1 because out of the polls that had been conducted, they scored less than 5% of support of the Kenyan people, while Raila Odinga and William Ruto scored over 5% of the support of the Kenyan people. So both of them had been paired to debate in different tiers. But we, as things stand, the Azimio la Umoja Coalition has made it clear they will not be participating in that particular debate, while Professor George Wajackoyah said that he will also not debate David Wahiga Mwaura. If at all, they will not be put in the same stage, the four presidential candidates. Just to welcome you, Vincent, to this particular discussion. Such a big day, such a big anticipation, you know, for people to wait and see what happens for the presidential debate. You've seen what has been going around and surrounding the entire pre-debate preparations and the build-up to that. What do you take of the build-up to today's presidential debate?
Well, it's been, as you said, it's been building anticipation from all Kenyans of all quarters, expecting that now this is the day when you are going to get the real gist of what these four presidential candidates have for the Kenyan people away from the rooftops, sun vehicles in the campaign trails. But it's been almost an anticlimax now, because one of the top contenders, that is the flag bearer of the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition, political party, Raila Odinga, the Right Honorable, has said and reiterated, or at least we know that his presidential secretariat has reiterated that he's not going to attend this presidential debate, meaning that probably if that is the case, then we are only going to have William Ruto, the current deputy president, debating himself in the second tier. And this is an anticlimax for me, if I was asked, because we've been expecting that now we are going to see a toss of wits between these two guys, between these two contenders for the big office. But that notwithstanding, then we expect that this is a day that Kenyans are going to sit and now listen to these policies, to them debate, and who is going to come out on top on the issues that really affect Mwananchi. On the second tier, on the first tier, so to speak, Professor Wajakoya and David Mwaure of the Roots Party and Agano Party, respectively, have also intimated they're going to attend. They're going to be in the debate. And a few minutes ago, I saw Professor Wajakoya arriving at the Catholic University of Eastern Africa. But he reiterated that I'm not going to debate. I'm here, but I'm not going to debate Wahiga Mwaure alone until I'm put in the same podium with the rest. David Mwaure has been silent all through about this. He seems to be ready for the debate, and no side shows, just ready. And I think this one person that we really need to listen to, because he's not been on the campaign trail like the rest. He's not been on the top of his voice in the campaign. So this is a time that he knows, I'm going to get time now to speak more about my manifesto and make people understand who I am and what I can bring on the table if elected.
You look at what Professor Wajakoya put out in regards to, why he will not be attending that particular debate. It's because if at all they are not put in the same podium, all the 4 presidential candidates, then he will not debate. Contrary to what the Azimio la Umoja coalition put out, you saw the reasons that they cited in regards to not showing up for that particular debate. And despite the two of them giving different accounts of why they will not be debating, if you look at the Raila Odinga, or rather the Azimio la Umoja presidential campaign team, saying that they will not attend that particular debate, what would you make of that particular decision?
Well, I don't know if it's a tactic. Sometimes politicians are very tactical human beings, and maybe this is a tactic from the other side to try and not use the same podium with their clear rival, because William Ruto is a clear rival to Raila Odinga. They are the top contenders. Although the Roots Party candidate, Professor Wajakoya, doesn't want to hear that. Actually, if you see the press release he released earlier today, he says that it's a predetermined decision that Raila Odinga and Raila Odinga of Azimio la Umoja, One Kenya, and William Ruto of UDA or Kenya Kwanza are the top. That's already predetermined. They're asking who decided. Kenyans elected for them now to decide who is top and who is not. So that is why he's saying that if at all we are all equal presidential candidates, we are all waiting for Mwananchi to decide. So give us the same podium so that we can face it off with our rivals just on an equal platform. On the other side of Azimio la Umoja deciding not to present their candidate for this particular debate, I'm looking at it and thinking probably this is more of a tactical move. Like it is a slip up, if I may call it, because if you look at Raila Odinga in 2017, he debated himself. Uhuru Kenyatta did not turn up for the presidential debate. Reason being then that Uhuru thought Raila is going to use the platform to hit back on him, because he already had a track record of 2013 to 2017. So Raila had the advantage of now dishing all the failures of the Jubilee government then on Uhuru Kenyatta on that platform. And I'm looking at it on this juncture like being the same sort of game that they are playing, because Raila Odinga is friendly with the current with the incoming president Uhuru Kenyatta, and we've seen even in campaigns Deputy President William Ruto using that relationship and saying Raila Odinga is in government, so he should also carry the blame of the failures of the government. Might be the reason why the Azimio wing is pulling back and not give the opportunity to William Ruto now to dish out and say, hey, this guy has been friendly with the president for the last 4 years, what has happened and all that. So could be tactical.
I think you're talking about tactical. There's what Deputy President William Ruto, talked about after the Azimio la Umoja said that they will not be fielding, presenting their candidate for that particular debate. Let's take in a listen in on what Deputy President William Ruto said yesterday in regards to the ODM party leader Raila Odinga, who is the Azimio la Umoja presidential candidate, why he should not show up for the debate.
Wow. Si mumeona ya kwamba wametoroka? Si wametoroka kwa debate? Si ule mzee wa kitendawili amehepa? Kwa sababu hawa majamaa hawana mpango ya kuja kuwaeleza wa Kenya. The only plan that exists in this election is the plan that is with Kenya Kwanza. Our competitors have no plan, they have no agenda, they have no ideas on how to take Kenya forward. And that is why they have run away from the debate. And we are telling them, on 9th of August, we will expect you in the ballot. Vile mimi ninaona, hawa majamaa wametoroka kwa debate, hata kwa uchaguzi wanaweza kutoroka. Nyinyi mnanielewa? Tunanielewa? Mimi, I want to encourage my competitor, Mr. Kitendawili. Tafadhali, wewe kuja kwa debate. Mimi nakungojea kwa debate kwa sababu Wakenya wanataka kujua hii tibi mnatialala ni kitu gani. Wakenya wanataka kujua hizi hadithi zako za hekaya ya Bunwasi ni kitu gani. Hata kama huna sera, hata kama huna mpango, at least ukuje utueleze maana ya tibim na maana ya tialala. Watu wanataka kujua. Ama mnasemaje?
And that is Deputy President William Ruto with his spirited call out on Azimio la Umoja presidential candidate Raila Odinga to show up for that particular debate. But while in his campaign trail today in Meru County, the former premier has insisted and clarified that he will not be attending that particular debate. We can also take a listen in on what Right Honorable Raila Odinga had to say while in his campaign trail in Meru in regards to the scheduled presidential debate that he is expected to debate Deputy President William Ruto.
Anasema tio baba anaogopa debate nini? Hapana. Mimi siwenda kwenda kufanya debate na mwizi. Na muongo ambaye anasema uongo mhanga kila siku. Yeye ni kama yule mwizi ambaye ameiba hapa na fukuzwa na watu wali mwizi ni huyo. Akifika katika ile kona anaona yule mwingine ambaye ako na nini ana uoga, anaanza kutoroka na mlinzi anasema huyo. Sasa watu ambao hawakujua wanaanza kumfuata yule mwingine, mwizi anatoroka. Wanaiba na ukisema umeiba hapa anasema pana. Wewe uniona? Anasema wewe uniona? Anasema mlinzi ni huyo fulani. Sasa hao watu kila mara tukiongea juu ya mambo ya wizi wanasema sisi si wizi. At we are actually weaponizing the war against corruption. Kusema hiyo corrupt umeiba Aror na Kimarer, hapana bwana. Pesa imepotea tu sio bilioni 21, ni bilioni 7 peke yake. Kwa hiyo mimi nimesema tutaonana jamaa yule kwa debe. Hapana kwenda kuongea na yeye. Sina haja kuongea na wizi. Mnasema namna gani? Sema namna gani? Wangapi wanasema nisiongee, isiende kuongea na mwizi nione kwa mkono yangu.
And that is Azimio la Umoja presidential candidate making it clear that he will not be attending today's presidential debate, and as things stand right about now is in his campaign trail at Maili Tatu, where he is continuing to drum up support for his presidential candidature, and that puts it in a very big question whether he can be able to attend that particular debate in regards to him being on a campaign trail at the same day and just a few hours before his scheduled presidential debate. Coming to you, Kerosi, you've heard what the Deputy President William Ruto has done. his spirited call out to Azimio la Umoja candidate, please show up for the debate, I'm waiting for you. Then the former premier says that I cannot be able to show up to that particular debate, and just to put in context the words that he used, that mimi siwezi kufanya debate na mwizi. I don't know what you make of the deputy president move to call out on the former premier, just come, I'm waiting for you. Then the former premier responds and says, I cannot come to debate with someone who is not credible enough. What do you take, or rather, what do you make of such statements coming out at the same day that we expect the presidential debate between the two?
Yeah, for me, first of all, it's a confirmation that the Right Honorable Raila Odinga is not going to attend this debate. We thought maybe, as enigma as he is, as we know him, he could just turn up because nobody controls him. Most of his supporters will tell you that nobody really controls him. He can say this thing and just still do it. So it's a confirmation that he's not going to do it, because previously he hasn't said it himself. But today he has said, and it seems he confirms that he is not going to be in attendance tonight. Because again, he's in Meru, he's on the campaign trail. We don't expect him to really jet in from Meru and be ready for the interview, for the debate, compared to his opponent, who is not campaigning today. He took a rest and prepared himself for the debate. So we don't expect him to attend. But for William Ruto, the deputy president, calling out Raila Odinga, it seems that he is ready. He is ready and prepared for this. And I think William Ruto as a person, he is always a prepared person, ready to, always ready to tackle anything that comes in his way. So it seems that he saw this as an opportunity to really get on the same podium and get right in and tackle the Right Honorable Raila Odinga in this case. But it seems that that is not going to be the case, because Raila Odinga might not turn up, at least until what we know right now. But I'm looking at it and thinking, where did Azimio decide not to do this? Is it because they saw how the debate between the running mates happened, between Martha Karua and Rigathi Gachagua took place? Because if you looked at that, it was like it was kind of a choreographed and orchestrated kind of interview from the running mate of Kenya Kwanza, UDA, Rigathi Gachagua. He had a certain way of debating that he wanted to follow, and it was kind of tactical to hit on Azimio la Umoja and their chairman, who is Uhuru Kenyatta. Maybe they've seen, maybe this could be the same script that the deputy president, who is the presidential candidate of UDA, William Ruto, could be using. Maybe the reason why they are not turning up. Yeah.
And just before I come back to you, remember you can send in your feedback on our social media pages. We are streaming live on YouTube and Facebook at CAC TV Kenya. We'll be reading your feedback in a short while as we also continue this particular discussion, just to bring you up to speed with what we expect this particular evening is that the presidential debate has been set for today, 26th of July 2022. But as things stand, there is a standoff in regards to whether two presidential candidates will be able to debate in that particular said debate. That is the Azimio la Umoja's Raila Odinga was made it clear that he will not be showing up in that particular debate, as well as Professor George Ujakoya, who says that if at all the organizers of that debate will not allow the four presidential candidates on one stage, then he will not be able to debate. He will not be able to debate this particular one presidential candidate, that is David Wahiga Maura, because he has been paired with him in tier 1 for them to debate the presidential candidate who scored lower than 5% of the opinion polls done in the last few months, as well as this first tier of Raila Odinga and William Ruto. So that is what is the standoff as of now, as we wait to see whether the debate will be continuing. But just coming to you back, Kerosian, you've talked about the decision by Azimio la Umoja being tactical, so that they cannot be able to bring the best out of Kenya Kwanza in that debate. I'm looking at it this way. Is it a matter of being tactical as well, or what challenge does that decision by Azimio la Umoja present to the Kenyan electorate?
Well, it kind of denies the Kenyan electorate an opportunity to see these two top contenders for the office face it off in sort of a moderated platform, because out there they have all the audacity and the platform to say all they want to say because they're not moderated. But now this a moderated kind of a forum that we thought as the electorate will have an opportunity to listen to them. So first of all, for the Kenyan electorate, if Raila Odinga of Azimio la Umoja does not attend, then it's a minus for the Kenyan electorate. But on the other side, I may also pose a question. Is it a wrong move for Raila Odinga, because leaving that platform or for your opponent all for themselves, and it's televised all over, being followed all over, not only in the country but regionally and even internationally? Is it a wrong move? You're leaving a big opportunity that you should have taken to take it off against your opponent to himself, all for himself. It's a question I'm asking myself. Is it, well, they could be tactical, but again, is it an opportunity missed, if I was to ask?
Because if you look at the setup of the presidential debate, is part of advanced democracy, so to say, because it's something that has been done every election period by the United States of America. I think Kenya borrowed from the United States of America in 2013 when they did their first presidential debate, and it presenting, an advanced democratic nation and presenting Kenya as a democratic country in the whole world, and then the top presidential candidate, pulling out of this particular debate. What does it put, or rather show, of what we expect on the August 9th? Because there is before and after elections.
Well, as I said, first could be tactical, and they're allowed to do that because it's not the first time happening. In 2017, it happened when Uhuru Kenyatta did not attend, and he went ahead and became president whatsoever. So the question they should be asking, is it going to affect their rating? Is it going to affect their support, their support base out there? Are people going to, pull back and say, I'm not going to support this person because of not attending, or I'm not going to support this particular candidate because of what they have said in the debate? So is this debate going to be instrumental in, the decision of the electorate? That's the question that we should be asking ourselves. Only 2 weeks or so, actually 13 days today to the general elections. Is it going to affect whatever the outcome of the debate is it going to affect the thinking and the decision of who they're going to vote for from the Kenyan electorate? So that's the question we're asking. But all things put together and considered, I think 2 weeks is really little time for a person to decide if I'm not going to pull back or now vote for the other, because already they had released their manifestos earlier. The Kenyans have had an opportunity to look at them and consider them and decide and compare which one is the best. So I think most of the Kenyans, a greater percentage of the electorate, have already decided who they think is going to be their preferred presidential candidate. So I don't think the debate is going to be much of an impact in the election. But again, it shows the kind of leadership that we have in the country, when we don't put, in everything we do, it's not about the people, it's about us, the individuals, the personalities, the politicians, because if you see what the issues people are saying, you people should attend because this is what I wanted to say, or I'm not going to attend because I don't believe in this. You see one thing about mwananchi wa kawaida. What you see is there because earlier Kenya Kwanza had sent a request or a communication to the presidential debate secretariat to tell them, I'm not going to attend if the topics are not going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. You remember that? Talk about the economical economy. It's not going to be an economy, state capture and all that from Kenya Kwanza. And then also Azimio send in their communication again saying, and their demands that I'm not going to come if the debate is not going to linger around corruption, integrity, and leadership. You see? So these are all about, I'm not going to come. But what do Kenyans want? I think that's the big question that we are all missing in this whole debate.
You're talking about what Kenyans want, because in the next few minutes, of course, the first year of the presidential debate is expected to happen. That is, if at all it's going to happen. And just looking at the two presidential candidates that have been paired on the tier one, that is David Wahige Mwaura of the Agano Party and Professor George Wajakoya of the Roots Party. Presents the new faces in the presidential race. These are two, would say greenhorns, despite Wahige Mwaura just making his second stab at the presidency. Looking at the two paired presidential candidates, what would we expect out of that particular interview in regards, their new faces, their new people articulating different things and different agendas in their manifestos? What do you make of that pair, even as we wait to see whether that debate will be kicking off?
Yeah, if you compare the two personalities, they're incomparable. Because look at the two personalities. Wajakoya is outspoken and really fearless in whatever they say. In whatever he says, it doesn't matter what he says. He stands by it and says it the way he thinks. But you look at Mwaura as a personality, is a reserved kind of personality, and calm, collected, and calculated in his moves. That is why we've seen even the way he presented his manifesto, and before that even his running mate Ruth Mutua. It was kind of calculated and calm, not sort of making noise. So these two personalities, comparing them is difficult, but they all have what they believe in. Wajakoya believes in reviving the economy his way. Mwaura believes in reviving the economy his way. Also talking about corruption and how he's going to, negotiate these debts and all that, and make sure that Kenya's debt is, kind of becomes friendly going forward. So I look at these people, I think, and we also give them the benefit of the doubt, because we've seen on the campaign trail and even the interviews prior that Wajakoya has held. He speaks, he's outspoken. On Mwaura's side, he's cool and calm. But these are totally different platforms. They are going to be given a fair platform, 2 minutes each. Speak about what you believe in. So give them the benefit of the doubt and wait for them what they're going to say.
And just before we continue, people might be wondering, the two presidential candidates, that is Professor George Wajakoya and David Wahige Mwaura of the Agano Party. Let's just take a brief look at the political background of David Wahige Mwaura of the Agano Party. David Mwaura Wahiga is a name that has since become popular among Kenyans in the 2022 presidential race. With just little known about David Mwaura Wahiga, his quest to become Kenya's 5th president has opened details of a man who has long lived out of the public political eye. David Mwaura was born in 1957 at Maji Mazuri area of the then Nakuru district, before his family moved to Molo, where he grew up as a child. That born in a family of 11, Mwaura grew up in a humble family before he began his primary education in Mo Summit, Molo in 1964. After high school, Mwaura joined the University of Nairobi in 1978. At the university is where Mwaura's career began to shape. While at the UON, he undertook studies in law, graduating with a degree in law in 1981. Up until 2002, Maura was off the public eye, practicing law in his farm that was founded by his wife in 1988. In the start of his political career, he dipped himself into the murky political waters in 2002 at the height of the national clamor for change and the push to force the then President Daniel Arap Moi and his party KANU out of power. As a greenhorn, Maura vowed to fight for the Molo parliamentary seat only to drop out of the race due to logistical challenges. In 2006, Maura founded the Agano Party to propel his political agenda. The following year, in 2007 general elections, he unsuccessfully contested the Kamukunji parliamentary seat in Nairobi. Later in 2011, Maura lost the Kamukunji by-election again after the seat had fell vacant following a ruling by the High Court that nullified Simon Mbugwa's election, citing numerous malpractices in the 2007 general election.
Bila pesa kwa mfuko, chakula kwa meza, mahali ambapo unaweza rudi asubuhi ukafanya kazi.
After that terrible loss, Maura then moved to Lamu County for a business venture and in the process found himself again into politics in the year 2013, this time round vying for Lamu governor's seat, where he finished third after the poll in an election year that saw him shelve his presidential ambitions. He would then go quiet politically before resurrecting. In 2022, he announced his intentions to run for the presidency yet again with his Agano Party, which means covenant, endorsing him as the flag bearer. Maura also holds a master's in leadership from International Leadership University and is currently pursuing a PhD. He is an ordained minister of the gospel, and in 2010, Maura gave legal advice to the church when they raised concerns about certain clauses of the 2010 Constitution.
10 years down the line, we would want to be remembered as the presidency that slayed the dragon of corruption, wastage, mismanagement, and the woofing from the word woof we have found in this nation for the last 59 years.
Despite his shallow political career, David Maure Wahiga is now making his second stab at the presidency in his quest for the country's top leadership position. Chris Sambo for CAC TV. All right, and that is the small or rather shallow political history and background of David Wahiga Maura. Is the presidential candidate of the Agano Party, highlighting some of his political journey, and just to highlight some of his political journey. And in 2007, he vied as a member of parliament for Kamukunji constituency and unsuccessfully also contested on that particular election, by-election. In 2013, he also vied as the governor for Lamu, but didn't make it because he finished third in that particular poll. That is David Wahiga Maura of the Agano Party. And Professor George Wajakoya, despite him being in the public domain for quite a long time in regards to practice of law, then in his political career has been very short, just making his first political statement in 2022 when he announced that he will be running for the presidency, apart from also trying to contest for the presidency in 2013 before shelving off his ambition. And this is a brief background of Professor George Wajakoya of the Roots Party.
George Wajakoya is a Kenyan politician, lawyer, and a priest. He is best known as the leader of the Roots Party, a political party in Kenya championing the legalization of bang.
Kila mtu atakuwa na bangi ya kutosha, ajenge kanisa yake, ajenge hospitali yake, akiwa kilala kuanzia asubuhi mpaka jioni.
Wajakoya has an impressive resume and has used his law firm to represent some of the most influential people in the society. Professor George Lushiri Wajakoya, one of the Kenya presidential candidates, is a man creating immense controversy of late, some calling him a learned man because of his impressive number of degrees, while others term him as a sensationalist with the way he rallies his supporters.
Mchinese ameipa ulimwengu mzima. Ukienda Sri Lanka, port ya Sri Lanka imeenda, Sri Lanka imekuwa bankrupt. Ukienda Zambia, Lusaka International Airport imeenda, Zambia imekuwa bankrupt. Ukienda Mozambique Beira Port imenyang'anywa na Chinese. Mozambique imekuwa bankrupt. Hapa Kenya hatuelewi hii hawa Chinese walikuja hapa kwa nini? Nataka Rais Uhuru Kenyatta kuanzia leo akinisikiza, manake mimi ndio nitachukua hiyo serikali tarehe 9.
Born in 1959 at St. Mary's Hospital in Jinja, Uganda. However, he was raised in Mumias, Kakamega County. The parents of Gabriel Ondenga, his maternal grandfather, were immigrants from Samia, a powerful tribe of the Buholo clan. The clan is made up of varied Bantu-speaking residents of Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. The Bahulo people of Kenya reside in the Luo-speaking areas of Busia County. When George was a small child, his parents separated. As it was not usual for the mother to travel with the child, his mother left him in Samia after leaving her matrimonial house. His father, on the other hand, was unavailable.
Hata mimi nikiwaonyesha hivi journalists, hii yote ni majeraha ya python when I was a young boy. How it really squeezed me to swallow me when I was young.
Life was not easy because his parents divorced and forced him to leave his poor family for Nairobi. He was 16 at that time and had already completed his primary school studies, but moving to Nairobi was a hurdle, prompting him to live in the streets. He was then taken in by Hare Krishna, Hare Rama Rehabilitation, where an opportunity to further his studies at St. Peter's Mumias, sponsored by the Rehabilitation Center, dawned afterwards. That is when he enrolled at the Kenya Police Training College, Kiganjo, after finishing high school to study policing and criminal investigation. After completing his education at Kiganjo, he became a recruit constable for the police and worked his way up to inspectorate rank. He was given the responsibility by the police service in 1990 to gather information on the passing of the late Foreign Affairs Minister Robert Ouko. Wajakoya's luck unfortunately went bad when his interest in investigations resulted to his arrest, forcible confinement, and brutal torture, which nearly costed him his sight. His release was anticipated by several Americans.
Nimeshikwa hapa, nimefungwa na kwa vile nilikuwa askari watu wangeniamini na Mungu alinisaidia nikatoroka.
George, however, decided to leave the nation since he no longer felt comfortable there and finally made his way to the United Kingdom. Wajakoya took his time and deliberated while in the UK to a legal degree. He needed to figure out a method to pay for his tuition, though he therefore turned to grave digging and night security guarding after when he started practicing law in the UK and founded an immigration-focused practice. Before coming to the United States, Wajakoya lived and worked as a lawyer in the United Kingdom for 20 years.
Which I got a 3rd class honors in law, because at that time, what could I have done? I was digging graves, I was washing dead bodies, doing security and going to school. So I was not able to get a 1st or 2nd class. Even Ngugi wa Thiong'o got 3rd class. Wole Soyinka got 3rd class.
George completed his education there, enrolling in the University of Baltimore's program. The American Heritage University of Southern California hired him as an adjunct professor of law when he was there, but he also worked there as an educator. Wajakoya formed his law company, Loshiri & Co. Advocates, after arriving back in Kenya. However, Professor Wajakoya is making waves in local politics 3 decades later with his Roots Party, which primarily borrows the Rastafarianism and reggae music, notably the timeless song, Nobody Can Stop Reggae. As presidential campaigns approach their last stretch, players in the entertainment business are scrambling over who will welcome the Roots Master in their bars, restaurants, and clubs.
Ati Kakamega mmesemaje? Wewe DJ wajilia ngoma bwana.
Anthony promised to establish 8 posts for prime ministers in his administration, serve personally as the Minister of Immigration, suspend the constitution for 6 months, legalize marijuana and use the proceeds to pay off Kenya's debts.
We will rear snakes. If we did snake farming, each venomous snake farmer will earn an average of $6,000 or 600,000 per vial antivenom. Kadogo tu hivi unanyonga kidogo, kanatoka chui, kanaingia kwa chupa. Ako peke yake is 600 Kenya shillings unaweka kwa mfuko. Unaiwacha inaendelea. Alafu inasemekana hapo kwamba, for example, a cobra farmer will make $6,300 from a vial of cobra antivenom. If you harvest black mamba antivenom, a Kenyan farmer will take $5,300 per vial.
Young people all around the country are enthused by Professor Wajakoya's unique campaign, and they sing along at his electrified rallies, regardless of their ethnic affiliation. It brings new life to the neighborhoods of political scene. The mysterious story of Professor George Wajakoya, having seen it and done it all. Caleb Mucha, KAK TV.
And that is the story of Professor George Wajakoya. A brief background of his political journey, not so much about his political journey, because he made a statement on his political journey just this year when he announced that he'll be vying for the presidency and, of course, gaining popularity in what he advocates for his manifesto in regards to different aspects of it. And just just to bring you up to speed of why we are running, the background of David Waiga Maura and Professor George Wajakoya, they're expected, to take each other on the first tier of the presidential debate that is expected to begin just any time from now. If at all, it has to begin owing to the fact that the Roots Party presidential candidate Professor George Wajakoya had put it out that he will not be debating only a Ghana Party presidential candidate, that if at all they will not be paired all the 4 presidential candidates. And talking about the 4 presidential candidates, the Azimio la Umoja presidential candidate Raila Odinga has already pulled out of that particular debate and confirming his words while in his campaign trail in Meru, and raising different eyebrows in regards to whether that debate will go on as planned. And just want to introduce my panelists here in studio yet again, and joining us just a few minutes from we started is Steve Ogola. He's a political analyst and a researcher, and also a political crusader. Welcome, Steve, to this particular discussion.
Thank you very much. I appreciate. This is a very important gathering for us today, because it's meant to determine the future of this nation. We want to ensure as a people that before we vote, the presidential candidates, are they providing us what we need as Kenyans? Are they giving us options to ensure that the future of our children and our future generations are safe? For that reason, this very meeting will ensure that before we make a choice, we are going to choose the right person. Is it the Roots presidential candidate, or is it the Angano Party presidential candidate? By the end of this meeting, we will be able to choose the right person for all of us.
And just before I come to you, Kerosi, I just want to remain with you, Steve. Looking at the circumstances arising in that particular debate, George Wajakoya saying that if at all he will not be paired with the other presidential candidates, then he is not going to debate David Waiga Maura. What do you think that would make of that the entire plan of the presidential debate? George Wajakoya not debating only one presidential candidate.
George Wajakoya understands his worth and value in this presidential election this year. That's the reason if he chooses not to debate with the people he considers to be of low value compared to himself, he's right in his opinion as a presidential candidate and as a leader who is aspiring to give the best to Kenyans. By the end of the day, whether he participates with the rest of the other presidential candidates or not, Kenyans will still be able to know, provided that he articulates his issues. regardless of who sits on the panel, whether it's Ruto, whether it's Raila, or whether it's the other presidential candidate whom he belittles. That's the reason I believe that it should not just be that they articulate his issues together with the rest of the presidential candidates. Even if he was alone, the matter in this thing is he going to speak his minds to Kenyans? That's the value we want to see here.
And that is also the big question on what the presidential candidates are going to speak out to the Kenyan people in that particular debate. I don't know, Keros, whether you agree to the fact that Professor George Wajakoya is in his right position to also claim that he is not going to debate just anyone that has been paired. To me, this is a competition of 4 people. I need all my 4 competitors in one stage. If not that way, then I'm not going to debate. Do you think that he is in his right position, to make such a demand?
As I said earlier, my colleague Sambo, I told you that and I think our panelist here, Steve Ogola, agrees with me that it's not about you, the 4. It's about the electorate. It's about what you're going to bring on the table for the electorate that you are looking to ask for, ask their vote. So for me, I think it's not about how many people you're going, because it's not a competition between the 4 of you. It's about bringing out the best for Kenyans, and you can do that even when you are alone. You don't have to be the 4 of you. You can do that because it's not a kind of push and pull. It's not a fist fight. It's about you coming and saying, Kenyans, this is what I have for you, 1, 2, 3, 4. And Kenyans can listen to you alone. They don't have to listen to you when you are in a group. For me, that is what I think. Them not attending, whoever is not going to attend today, whoever is not going to turn up, it's denying the electorate an opportunity to listen to them away from the campaign trail. If I might repeat that.
Is it not a political game, being played by both parties? Looking at what Professor Wajakoya says, that I'm not going to debate with only one person, I'm going to debate with 4 people. Is it not a political game as well as that of Raila Odinga, of course, pulling out and saying that I will not debate this particular person because of this and this? If you look at what the 2 presidential candidates have talked about in regards to that debate, he's talked about, I'm not showing out for this particular debate because of this and this. Just coming to you, Steve, is because I'm being told, just before I come to you, I'm being told that there is ongoing, that particular debate is live pictures coming from the Catholic University of East Africa, that we're expecting the debate to start in a few minutes. If at all it's supposed to start, we'll be crossing live there to be able to see what is going on. And just to take just a quick statement before we cross live to the choir, just to take, as I was speaking to you, Steve, this is not a political game that is being played by these presidential candidates in regards to scoring, political points from this particular debate.
Kenyans have always categorized presidential aspirants based on their strengths and political power. Depending on the person you are categorized with to debate, it will show whether you are politically powerful or politically weak. In the previous elections, we've seen scenarios whereby some candidates are said to be horses, others are said to be donkeys. This is a situation whereby no presidential candidate wants to be considered as a donkey. All of them want to prove their worth as horses, and all of them want to show that they are the right candidate for this year's election. Yes,
I think that is a strong point to make. But if you look at the reason cited by Professor George Wajakoya and those cited by Raila Odinga, they're different reasons. And just before we continue that discussion, we cross live now to the Catholic University of East Africa. We expected that the debate between Professor George Wajakoya and of the Roots Party and David Wahiga Moro of the Agano Party to start at around 5:30. We are crossing live there to see what is happening and whether the debate is live on from our colleagues at the Queer University.
6 national televised debates organized through a joint media presidential debates initiative, bringing together literally the entire Kenyan media fraternity.
That's right, and the candidates participating in this debate have agreed to the rules and guidelines requiring them to conduct themselves with utmost decorum, address each other with respect, and extend honor to viewers watching this debate live across all Kenya's broadcast media platforms.
The candidates in the debate have also agreed to observe the highest standard of ethics in their conduct on the debate platform. The candidates are not permitted to carry or refer to their mobile phones or to wear any listening devices, including earphones. A medically recommended hearing aid is exempted from this rule, but luckily we have confirmed that none of the candidates is on a hearing aid.
And once again, ethics and guidelines also remind the candidates that they shall not carry to the debate platform any written material, whether books or journals, manifestos or articles, including even handwritten notes.
Now, each candidate will have 2 minutes to make an opening statement, 2 minutes to answer a question, and 60 seconds for a rebuttal. The topics have carefully been selected after a thorough assessment of the state of our nation and the sentiments of the regular Kenyan voters in various parts of the country.
And in line with the debate rules and best practices, now the questions we shall be asking tonight have not been shared with any of the campaign teams. Neither were they discussed or even formulated in conjunction with anyone. Now the questions are entirely our very own.
An invited audience seated right here in the auditorium has also agreed to the debate rules. They have been fully briefed that cheers, jeers, or any other form of noise is not permitted during the debate. We, however, make an exception now as we request the audience to help us warmly welcome Professor George Wajakoya and Mr. Waihiga Mware to the stage.
Thank you so much, and from the outset we'd like to state that Professor George Wajakoya was in the vicinity of the debate auditorium, and he could also be around, but he has elected not to participate in this debate tonight. But the show must go on.
That's right. Welcome, Mr. Waihiga, to this debate. Thank you for honoring your invitation. You have 2 minutes to make your opening statement.
Thank you for this invite. Nice meeting you, Simriti. Thank you, Ken. My name is David Maura Waihiga. I am a father, I'm a husband, I'm a lawyer by profession. I'm an ordained minister of the gospel. I'm the party leader of Agano Party, and as it's obvious now, I'm one of the four persons who are running for presidency this year. Let me start by recognizing all of you who are present here, Wanjiku and every Kenyan who is listening. Let me also pass greetings of peace to my running mate, to my competitor who is not here, and to the others. I would also like to take the earliest opportunity to pass my condolences to the people who are involved in the Nithi Bridge accident. We have lost a lot of Kenyans as I stand here to talk about the future. But let me end with the few seconds remaining, and because I'm alone, I hope I will be extended a few seconds, to say that I am here as an anti-corruption crusader. I am here as a friend of the people of Kenya and the people of the universe. I am here as a person, a man of peace. We are at a very defining moment in Kenya. For me, the elections of 9th August are very defining. 59 years after independence, we still have to discuss, we still have to find out what we need to do with this nation going into the future. Because the question begs answers. Why is it that 59 years after independence, Kenyans cannot afford not even a single meal per day? Why is it that 59 years after independence, we have such high cost of living than we have had before? Why is it that 59 years after independence, we have such high level of unemployment? And why, 59 years after independence, are we so indebted than we've never done before? And yet, those we were born together with, those we obtained independence with us, a number of them, and many of them have gone on ahead. And right now, they are fast worlds, they are even competing with greater nations.
Mr. Wahiga, thank you. Your
Thank
2
you.
minutes was up, and we did accord you a few more seconds since you are alone. Why, Mr. Wahiga, does a man of the cloth, a man of God, want to get deeper into politics here in Kenya and be the president of this nation?
You know, leadership is part of what, if I go spiritual, God created. And in my faith, the Christian faith, we say all leadership comes from God. And he gives men and women here on earth the determination, the wherewithal to choose who he may lead. But I'm not just a man of cloth. I'm a lawyer by profession and a senior lawyer, senior counsel by virtue of years, with that 9 years to my belt. Not only that, like I have said, I am a person who has lived and watched in this nation, read the history of this nation, read the histories of other nations. And I am here because also the Constitution allows me, I fit the bill to come and run for presidency. But I come again as a new person in this area. This is my second stab at the president, but I've not been there before. But I'm here because I believe the elections of 9th August require a new person, a new bloom, a clean person. We need to change if this nation will go forward. That's why I come in as a man of cloth as well.
Mr. Wahiga, the reasons you give tonight, basically every Kenyan would give them. What is unique in your preposition?
Why should that be my position? I am tired, like Kenyans are. I am disappointed by the leadership we've had so far. I am also one of those Kenyans who've sat back and watched at the leadership that again wants to come back. A lot of us out there and Kenyans are saying, why do we have to recycle them? I'll tell you what leadership is all about. And because I'm a man of the cloth as well, and the cloth reflects who I am. I'm a little disappointed, and doubly disappointed that my competitor couldn't come in. If he would have come in, he would have come in a durag, because that represents who he is. This represents my inner me. But leadership, if you have occasion to look, and we read books here, the scripture, the man, one of the people I follow much, is one who was known as King David. And it says, when he was the president, the prime minister of the nation of Israel, it's written of him that he shepherded that nation according to integrity of heart and skillfulness of his hands. Leadership is about taking care, providing, making a way. And that's why, as a man of cloth, as a lawyer, and for the first time we have a lawyer as a presidential candidate, it is so defining that a person like me, because if a man of cloth would follow the ways of the scripture and the ways of our constitution, if he would follow the ways that are right and accepted international standards, he would not steal from his people, we would not have the level of scandals we've had in this nation, which I'll talk in a moment. We will not have our development funds, public funds stashed abroad. And this is why we are here. Poor 59 years. Yeah. But nations that we got independence with, and I can just mention two, Singapore, South Korea, smaller nations than ourselves, nations with people who are equally gifted like Kenyans are gifted. We are nowhere near catching up with them. I am here because I believe we've got what it takes as Kenyans. We can do it, and we have a reason after 9th to do it and move forward.
Mr. Wahiga, the church does play a crucial role in national development and in securing our nation in many ways and in bringing guidance to the people. But many would argue that in many ways the church has failed us. What are your thoughts on that?
I wouldn't agree with them. I wouldn't agree with them. To the contrary, my thinking is that the church has not been fully involved in governance, separate but yet a very important partner. Talking about the liberations we've had in this nation from 1963, the fight for independence, talking about the first liberation, The second, the constitution review. The church was very key. Religious organizations are important. Faith is an integral part of mankind, and every person, it doesn't matter who it is, believes in something, follows something, and refers to something when the time comes, when push comes, when pull comes to push. But you would have to be specific, because I know the church has been speaking out. We've had Bishop Sokulu, we had Muge, we have Joya still with us, gallant men of this nation. And I can say we are here because of that. Probably what you are referring to is you expect more. This time you have one of them, but also a professional in his own right.
The voices you have mentioned are voices of yesteryears. I'm yet to hear you mention the current voices speaking, because your voice has been silent on this. We haven't heard you condemn what's going on in the country. We haven't seen you come out loud. And specific example, when politicians infiltrate the church and stand at the podium and speak about politics, we have never heard you condemn this.
Well, you know, there are many ways to engage, and I've engaged in my area. Standing for me here is a journey of about 22 years. This is a starting that started from the year 2000. And this is not even my first time to express an interest in leading this nation. This is my 6th stab at an election. And in all that, it's been an expression of the fact that I have been unhappy. I have been unhappy. As a party leader, we have had occasion. We may not probably have been as loud, or if you wish, you may not have covered us. And I'm not referring to you particularly, Ken. But we have spoken out on matters. It's not the first time that I'm speaking against corruption. And you know, there is a greater way of expressing opposition. By your example, by who you were. As I stand here, I know nobody can accuse me of having been involved in any of these scandals. As I stand here, I'm a witness. I am an example of the fact that any Kenyan can run for presidency. As I stand here, I am here to break this sort of wall where we believed only a certain person and peoples. The Catholic Church has been issuing statements. NCCK has done that. Evangelical Alliance. The Muslims have been speaking. Probably it's only that they haven't been covered as much.
You yourself say that this is your 6th stab at an election. You have been unsuccessful in the past, for example, when you ran for governor of Lamu in 2013. So what's different now? What makes you think you will win this race?
There is nothing in life like not giving up. And the trouble we can be in Kenya is if we give up as we go forward to the 9th. One of the persons I followed much is Abraham Lincoln. And if I remember my history right, it was during his 13th attempt, though before that he had won some legislative position, that he became the President of the United States. And when he did that, we know that he's the one who brought about the slavery emancipation, something to date that speaks to this world about the fact that all men and women are created equal. And that's why we can speak tonight as we are here. I am an example of a person who does not give up. I have not lost in every election, I can tell you. Like the last one of 2017, I would tell you that's an election where I believe I was rigged out. It's only that I couldn't get the facts, and I had done my bit. That was the election, if you remember, where one of my competitors said that people were voted through the computer. I was going to be the senator of Lamu County. But here I am. You must live to fight another day. I am here because there is no room for giving up. The trouble in Kenya, we are where we are because we've given up. Right now, as I speak to you, and I thank you for this opportunity, Media Council, there are Kenyans who have said, tutapiga kura tu yeyote, fatalistic attitude. But thank you for the opportunity to tell Kenyans that, no, there is still another one. We don't have to recycle. There's change this time.
Maybe because you've not gotten the opportunity, that's why you can stand tall and say you have not been involved in any corruption, perhaps if you had an opportunity. But away from that, as an advocate, would you advocate for the division, complete division between the state and religion?
First, on your first question, it's not that I have not had an opportunity, I have not been appointed at the top. No, I have had occasions where I have led, but also in my private life. You see, it fights from the lowest unit as a lawyer. I can stand here and say, I have not been accused. I have not stolen clients' money. It's not just here. I've had positions of responsibility. I've sat on the Council of the Law Society. I've sat in several corporate and non-government and religious boards. But so it's a lifestyle. It's a lifestyle that I'm in. But coming to your question, would I advocate? I think it's important that state and region be separated. And by that, I think we need to define what that means. Because basically, it's saying that it's like every person in a state should be allowed to exercise their faith without the government imposing on them who it is, what faith they should follow. And that's where the whole principle about state and religion comes from. But also, religious organizations have a very important part to play in the nation. They teach about better ways of living, morals. They bring governments to book. They call out when things are not going right. I do not know of any religion that condones corruption, stealing from the poor, taking money from the sick. You know, I do not know of any religion that talks about fighting, hating your neighbor. I know every religion advocates for the golden rule. Love your neighbor, peace, and they are an important component. And in a Ghana government, in a Maura Wahiga government, religious leaders will play a very pivotal role. To the extent I believe, in my government, they'll even sit in cabinet. In my government, when they perform civic duties, which they do, they should even be remunerated because they are helping the government. They are rendering a service.
Mr. Maura, the question is, would you want this taken out of the Constitution completely? 32 guarantees this. You're talking to us what exists in the Constitution. What is your view? Would you want it taken off completely, or you still want it to be under the control of the state?
Come again. You need to repeat that question. Let me get you right, Ken.
The question is, what you're telling us tonight is what is entrenched in the Constitution.
Right.
My question is, as an advocate, would you want 32(1) to be expunged completely so that it's not guaranteed in the Constitution?
No, not at all, not at all. The freedom of worship and the separateness of the state and government, those are key. Standing here as a man of color, I'm probably speaking to a person who thinks, now my faith has no place in future. But standing here in who I am inside is a representation of the fact that I'll take care of everybody. Because my faith says, treat all people equal. Become a person of peace. Share equally. Defend the voiceless. Speak up for those who cannot speak for themselves. And exercise not just equality, but equity for all. That is true religion. And for my faith, the Christian faith, that's what it stands for.
Mr. Wahiga, more often than not, we see on television the church being used by politicians, the pulpit being used by politicians for them to play politics. What is your view on this? How are you going to ensure that stops?
It's not all churches that do that. First of all, a number of churches have different requirements and order of how they do things. And some of them permit, some do not. It's also important to recognize that in our society and many societies, church is a place where people meet, is a place that brings people together. I think what's important is to define what can be said within a church context building, a church building context, because the church is a place of worship. And it should not be a place where people should come and attack others, hurl abuses at others. No, that's not true religion. It's not a place where people should come and speak ill of another tribe. It's not a place even where people should come in and condone the sort of things that have made our nation be what it is those many years that I've mentioned. So I would say I don't see a problem either way. The only way, it should be tempered. It should be able to pass the same message for which a church sanctuary or any other faith exists.
But you haven't quite answered the question. What is it that you will do to ensure that those tempers are brought down and dirty politics are not played in church?
I think speaking from here, I would only urge fellow spiritual leaders and religious leaders to, right now we are calling for peace, and I've been calling for that in my campaign. I've been speaking out and reminding Kenyans that we have a life after 9th. We have a nation. Our nation is not completely down and under. There is hope for this nation. And I would just urge them, as the CEO of this nation, I don't think I can order them, nor can I register it as to how they should conduct themselves. But I know our religious leaders of all faiths, and even church leaders who I'm closer to, they know what they should do, and they are listening to us. They are listening to us.
We'll now move to the topic of leadership and integrity. Apart from the professional, real record in the professional service, that's the Law Society of Kenya, and what you have done to the community, you don't have an apparent record of public service. What do you bring to the table to Kenyans, to table and tell them, because of this and that, I stand here tall and I can ask you to give me your vote?
Public service, I don't have a record. I think what you're saying is that I've not been elected or appointed into a position. Yes, there can only probably be one appointment into any given position. I have indicated the number of years that I've been in the legal profession. That's a position of responsibility. I have been involved, I have led a party for the last 16 years. That is a story of success in Kenya. A story of success, a party that has fielded people, a party that has stood up for what it was registered and formed for. Not only that, I have led, as far as I can remember, high school, I was in leadership positions. I have sat in both corporate and other boards where I have given leadership decisions. In all my life, I've found myself being moved to leadership positions, except the one that I'm looking for. But you know what? There is always a time for one to start. There is always an Obama moment and a Madeira moment for a person. I believe this for me is an Obama, is a Madeira, not just for me, but for Kenyans. But if you allow me to turn out your question, Ken.
Yes.
I am not sure I would have wanted to have some experience that I see with some of the leadership that will stand here or has stood here. I wouldn't want that experience. What experience are we talking about of? Running our country down, scandals, corruption, you know, named in every other scandal, and yet they want to be a president. They have named in everything that has brought our nation to its knees, which it is now. If it's not them, it's their relatives, it's people close to them. For me, that is not experience. If that's part of the experience you probably are referring to, I'm so grateful tonight that I'm not part of it. But I can assure you, if I had gotten in that position, I would have been the same person that you're looking at tonight.
Apart from telling Kenyans what you bring to the table, being tried and tested, Mr. Wahiga, is a very big issue in this country. I want you to look at your opponents who are not there tonight and tell Kenyans why you, why not Kenya Kwanza, why not Azimio, and why not Roots, in terms of integrity.
Kenyans, as I said at the beginning, we are at a defining moment. The elections of 9th August are pretty defining for the reasons I said before. High cost of living that we have never had before, high cost of food prices, such high employment as we've never had before, such high debt, foreign debt, not to mention the internal debt that we have. A lot of we had them in 2013. We had them in 1997, in 2007. And the question that you Kenyans, you must be asking, like I'm asking, what is the difference now? I even want to go further and say, even for those who it is said they might have decided, looking at the four of us, who can you say has made a difference in your life this far? If so, why are we where we are? Why do we still have money that should have been used in developing our country, stashed in nations abroad, illegally obtained and legally stashed? These are public resources. I'm not talking about personal private money. Why are we here at a time like this? And the Auditor General 4 years back tells us 215 billion Kenya shillings from Eurobond cannot be accounted for. It cannot be traced. It is a mystery. Why are we here before? And the Auditor General Nancy tells us this year that 70 billion Kenya shillings alone has not been used. Why are we here in a year like this when we have that much foreign loan? The Auditor General tells us about 540 billion Kenya shillings is in an accounted expenditure. And yet, this was a government that was supposed to change things. We had hope, but it didn't turn so. I believe the only thing that will move us forward is complete change from the top to the bottom. And what is permanent is only change, as they say. Recycling them will not take us anywhere. That's why this is a very defining election.
But you haven't told us why not those candidates. What, for example, would you want to say about these candidates?
Well, come again.
What would you want to say about these candidates, the other candidates who you're running against for president?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for that question. I would like to say they have been there before. One of them has been a deputy president and is still a deputy president of this republic. He is in government. The things he is saying he can do are things he could have done these last 10 years, these last 20, these last 30, because he's in government that long, and he has not done so. The other one has been a former prime minister. He's been in a coalition, a co-president, if you wish, sharing the government 50-50. The things he is promising are things he could have done, but he has not done. He's been in this race for the last 40 years. And the other one has been in government also. He's been with the police force, he's been in the intelligentsia, and even right now, I believe he is still in there. And the thing I'm saying is, if you take even these last 10 years, let me just take these last 10 years, where we have a deputy president who wants to run for presidency. This year, my team and I have counted these last 10 years, not less than 22 scandals that have taken place in broad daylight. And those are the ones that have been reported. There are others, we are told, are secret agreements about contracts to make roads that we don't know what they say. If you go to the former coalition government, where we
for discussion tonight, and that is the state of the economy. Now, you are on record, Mr. Waihiga, saying that within the first 100 days of assuming office, you will bring down the cost of living for Kenyans. How exactly do you intend to do that, and by how much?
You know, this is a serious matter, and I have not just said. In Kenya, we're facing problems at two levels. There's what you refer to Simiriti. There's what I consider as a short term, and there is a long term. Up until we called for the reduction, for the reintroduction of the foods, of the Unga subsidy, Unga was retailing going on to about 250. It was after we had announced in our manifesto that we will bring that. Thankfully, it's been brought down. But that's not all. and I'm glad that we are leading and others are following. We still know that the price of cooking oil is very high. I think now it's about 400. Bread has not come down, retailing 90, 100. Fuel is still at high prices. And those are immediate things. We don't need to wait to restructure our loan, or we don't want to wait, because those are some of the solutions I have had, to plant a kind of plant, probably, and wait for it to be harvested. We don't have to wait, because Kenyans are hungry. They need immediate results. And what I have done, and you would find that in my manifesto, we sat down with my team of experts and thought, what is the immediate? And our proposals have come in threesome. There was UNGA, which has been done. Thank you very much. We thank His Excellency, the President. But in the same measure, we say also other things could have come down. But we have said we shall introduce subsidies into other food products. That's number one. Number two, we have also said that we are going to reduce pay by 50%, so that Kenyans can have money they can take home with. And that borrowing. I'm looking for solutions from within.
All right,
what can we do now?
And you have said that you would reduce pay by 50%, but pay accounts for 25% of Kenya's tax revenue. How then would you meet revenue targets?
You know that is not. It's not a problem. And I was going to say that's not the only problem there is in Kenya. If I take away 50%, the amount of pay we get is 460 billion. 460 billion. So 50% will be 230. When I take that money and I put into the pockets of working Kenyans, I tell you as I stand here, it will perform wonders. Kenyans are looking for any extra shilling that they can get. But how do I bridge that gap? We have tried to work around and see what can we do. And those are short-term measures, because Kenyans have to survive. Otherwise, they will die. We pay the taxes. The foreign loan we pay is at 1.3 billion. And we have sat down and said, if we can persuade our friends, and Kenya has many friends, I'm glad they are represented even here by the foreign embassies and diplomats who are here, and tell them, why don't you just accept a repayment of 1 trillion instead of 1.3? That will bring about 300 billion. We can bring back to bridge in the gap, and we are positive that it will be able to do that. But also the 260 billion, that we put into Kenyans' pockets. Kenyans are industrious. Kenyans have goodwill from within. Kenyans are hardworking. And this is a nation that can get money, has had money, and will get money under a new government. The 260 billion, we see it bringing returns, because it will go in people starting small businesses. People will be able to start their kiosks or do something else, or start what we call side hustles. What Kenyans need is just a little money, and they can be able to move forward. The other thing we have thought about is spread the tax base. That's something we are looking into immediately now in office. But I need to talk to you about corruption and the money that's stashed abroad.
We're coming to that.
Yeah, we go to that. But before we talk about that, you running for president, and you understand also as an advocate of the High Court,
right,
that for you to change some of these regulations, you will need Parliament. You give a time frame of about 100 days. Is it possible that you can get these legislations through Parliament in the period you're giving us? Or they're interim and just campaign rhetorics that you're using?
To bring food subsidies to zero rate all foods and all that, I will not need Parliament.
No, for example, changing the pay as you earn, cutting it by 50%.
I'll let for that. I'll tell you what.
Yes.
The parliamentarians who are coming in, the MCAs,
understand the problems I'm talking about. They too are tired. I see goodwill will come forth. I am talking about something that every Kenyan would want to see happen. 59 years after independence, we can't continue being a nation of begging, family bowls being held up like we have seen this year. We should be self-sufficient in terms of food, water. I mean, people should not go without medicine. That's what I'm talking about. So, I mean, you know what, Ken? There is no shortcut. There is no shortcut. Because I've looked at the manifestos of my other friends, my other competitors, I'm even the one coming with something close to realism, something close to practical. And I believe we'll find the ways where I have to use executive orders which exist, which are there in our constitution. I will apply them. We are in an emergency. We are in a time of war. This time calls for leadership.
In your view, what is the biggest challenge to our economy? Is it we don't manufacture enough, we don't trade enough, or is it regulations?
It's neither of those. Those could be the others. It's because we steal, we cut away, we siphon money that is supposed to go into our manufacturing, money that's supposed to go into our agriculture. That's what we have specialized in the last 10 years. Money that is supposed to go into our skill building, money that is supposed to go into the health of our fellow Kenyans. And a healthy person is a productive person. That's what we do. This is a nation where Kenyans work hard, Kenyans labor, Kenyans have got quite a measure of work ethics, but they don't get reward for their labor. For instance, to date, we don't have explanations as what we did with the Euroboat loans. When you listen to me, and you listen to others who have spoken out there, they say even for the SGR, the amount we are repaying is not the money we use for that. I am here, and I am borne evidence by a former minister, and allow me to mention the Honorable Joseph Nyaga, God rest his soul in eternal peace. That was in 2020 when he said it's time for us to bring our money back to develop our country. He was an angry person. He had served in the government for about 40 years. He was tired. Our money that is supposed to develop this country, move us forward, is hanging out there in nations that are willing to bring it back if only there's goodwill from my end. I am bringing goodwill. I'm saying, Kenyans, we must change. Those brothers and sisters who went ahead of us did not have two brains, Ken. They did not two heads. They don't even have a landmass. They don't have what we have, but they are great brothers and sisters. We can do it. It's time now, Kenyans, to go to where we went wrong and find out why and do it clean, have a clean start.
Two things. One, what you're saying has nothing to do with growing the economy. What you're saying is the generalities. What I want to know, the role of manufacturing in growing the economy, the role of trade, and the role of regulations. And while you answer that, perhaps tell us, how much money in your mind are you thinking can be brought back to the country?
How much money
is outside needs to be brought back to the country?
I'll start with that and I'll come to what you're talking about, manufacturing, regulations and all that, because that's an important area. In the budget of 2017-2018, Henry Rotich, as he then was, the cabinet secretary, said to us that 14.6, which was rounded up to 15 trillion, was stashed abroad and needed to be brought back. To date, that money has never been brought back. We've never had a report. Later, in the year 2020, the late Honorable Joseph Nyaga called again, and his was a cry, please, let's bring our money back, we develop this country. If that was about 15 trillion, and since then 5 years have gone by, we use 2 billion per day, that's about 730 billion, give it 1 trillion round up, that's about another 5 billion. When in my consideration, we have not less than 20 trillion outside the country that can be brought back. And if it is brought back, this country will be turned upside down and turned into a country that we can't tell that it is the same country.
On that
and
point,
that's just one area.
On that point, Mr. Wahiga, during the deputy presidential debate, your deputy presidential running mate, Ruth, said that you have already written to the United Nations and 15 other countries to start getting this money back into Kenya, and the hope is that if you assume office, the money will be back in Kenya. Have you had any response from these countries?
No, I have not heard, and I appreciate that we are in the period of elections, but I'm glad to know that things we've done, for us our 100 days already started, if you wish, by that effort, and also calling for the Unga subsidy, which was effected. But they are listening. We've got goodwill from out there. We've got great friends from out of Kenya. And I know they too have been saying they wish Kenya can have a president who is speaking the things I'm speaking. I've not heard from them, but I know they are looking at goodwill. You know, I can mention a couple of other things. During the Jubilee period, we have signed instruments with the Swiss government. The Prime Minister was sometime back here in Kenya with Theresa May, when she was the Prime Minister, about repatriating our funds which are out there.
All right, but you are also on record having said that if these countries do not work with you and your government, you will cut off diplomatic ties. How practical is that?
Well, why isn't it? Why can't it be done? If a country is holding our money, it knows that it is supposed to be Eurobond money, or it is money from SGR, and it's aware. What else are we talking about? International cooperation, international friendship? How can you refer to a person, and here I mean a nation, as your friend? But what I know is that a lot of countries have been willing to send back our money. It's only that there have been no goodwill with the current leadership, the immediate past, and the leadership that wishes to be recycled.
But if they do not, will you cut off diplomatic ties?
Everything is on the table. Kenya needs to move forward. There has to be hard measures. But I can tell you, it won't need to get there. There's goodwill out there. There has been a cry. It's the other nations that they have even got a lot of dossier than I have of what has been done in this nation. And this has nothing to do with somebody who has worked hard and earned. It's Kenyan money, some of it which has been given to us from out there, and yet we have not used it carefully. But you also referred me to,
yes,
is it about manufacturing regulations?
We will get back to that, but this is important. Are you telling our traditional partners and allies that everything is on the table, including cutting ties? If
Yes, that's what David Moro Wahiga is saying.
Do you not think that would have a massive negative impact on our country, our economy, our development?
Imagine you are a nation called Simiriti and you are holding 10 trillion that is supposed to be Kenyan money, you know it. What then can we talk about rights, human rights? What more human rights? We are not in a state of war as a nation. Surpasses you are saying, look here, Kenya. There are these individuals, 1, 2, 3, 4, who are holding your money. We have traced it using the various instruments, using the various secret agents and other, and we know it is part of this. I mean, like for instance, and it must be common knowledge, there are nations right now that have come with laws. If you take money out there and you are not able to tell who it is appropriated that nation, by that nation, and used for development. Kenyan wealth is being used to develop other nations. It is immoral. It is wrong. You are not a friend of Kenya if you are using Kenyan money to develop your nation. Kenyans are suffering now. They need their money back. Bring our money back is our campaign.
Whichever country it is, including the US, the United Kingdom, you're telling them tonight, you'll go for them.
Oh yes, yes. Everybody. You are holding our money. The nations you have mentioned have brought democracy to us. They have done a lot of good things to us. But you know what? I am telling you, 99% of them have wanted to. What we have missed in this nation is a leadership, is goodwill. It's a leadership says, let's do it. This country will not be the same 5 years down the line. This nation will be a nation where you will want to invest in. This nation has that potential. It's our time. It's our season. That's what I'm saying. I am actually passing a message to them.
Take us back to the economy now. Manufacturing, regulations, and trade. Take us back there.
Yes, yes.
the biggest
You
challenge
asked me,
to our economy right now?
Could those also be problems? We have to change also in a number of things in the way we do business. Granted, one could argue and say 65, maybe 70 of our regulations are good, but we can improve on them. Corruption has been a big problem. Bureaucracy has been the other problem. Very high taxation, particularly the corporate tax, has been a problem in Kenya. We've got to think twice. Yes, of course, I mentioned the key one has been corruption. I was there and I was grown up. I was working in the year 2002 when we got in the Kibaki regime. And I am aware, and I got it from people who knew, how nations come to Kenya. Because within the first 4 months, there was such active effort to get corruption out of our streets and what we were doing. And they wanted to invest. I actually came to learn they were being told, no, we've had enough. We don't need you. We can't do that. But I've also heard of instances, and I'm speaking to somebody who is listening here in Kenya or out there. They have to come to Kenya, applied for tenders, won tenders on all fours, and then when they went to get their tender acceptance letter, they were told, before you get this tender, you have one more step to step. You need to pass. You need to go and see Mr. XYZ. Apparently, the information I have is that some of the people who needed to be seen, if the four of us were here, are my competitors. Though you have passed all the steps for the tender, it cannot be approved until a final step, which is not in the official list, is approved. These are facts that are known, and people have said, how can we do this? You told us that it's above board. People know of offices in this country where people went to pay 10%, 20% after they had passed all the tenders. And some of those men and women are going to line up here in coming days, maybe after this or in other platforms, and say we'll fight corruption. Our problem has been corruption, almost in our veins. But I know Kenyans are not corrupt. Kenyans don't like corruption. We showed it in the year 2000. So we need to improve on that. We have had problems with power, infrastructure, both energy and the infrastructure on the ground. Those are the issues that we need to discuss and we need to look into. We have had Kenyans who've gone out there or gained a lot of knowledge. They have wanted to come to Kenya and they have wanted to set up industries, manufacturing entities, to get things going. But bureaucracy, corruption, red tape has been our undoing.
Is this the reason why you are advocating for making public all the contracts, starting with SGR, the expressway, the Lamu port, Naivasha dry port, Kisumu port? Is this the reason, part of the reason why?
Part of the reason, but the other reason, Ken, is that there is no way we can fight future corruption unless we do with the current and the past. We must have a discussion among us Kenyans, and I know what you are referring to. You are referring to the fact that we have said we'll also establish a Truth and Recovery Commission. We must have a conversation and ask, why have we been this corrupt? Why have we allowed this much corruption? It's got to start there. For South Africa, it had to start there. Truth. The Truth Commission that was set up, it was a starting point and it was key. We must discuss and talk about that. But that's not all that we'll be doing in that. Actually, that will be part of it. We must still ask how much money went into the SGR. We need to know how much, who are the KEMSA billionaires, and why have their names not been read out, and the money that they took away brought back into the country. This, the Honorable Deputy President of this Republic knows who they are. This, the former Prime Minister know what they are. This, Professor Wajakoya know who they are, being a person in the intelligentsia. And yet, they are not ready or willing to tell it. How can they fight corruption? How can they lead? How can you also lead when you are not ready to come on a podium like this and tell Kenyans what you want to do for them?
As we end the topic on economy, you mentioned earlier 15 trillion shillings that is stashed outside. You mentioned earlier 15 trillion shillings that is stashed outside.
Yes.
However, this could be the whole amount of money from Kenya that is outside, because the Brookings institution says that about $12.5 billion. That's the only money that perhaps is illicit trade or illicit flow from Kenya to the other countries that is stashed outside. Why would you be going for even the investments that have been made by Kenyans outside and not specifically this illicit financial money that has been flowing to other countries? Why would you go for everything?
No, we go for everything, Ken. For me, that was read by the minister of the 14.6, 15 trillion. It was the minister for finance. It was the Treasury Cabinet Secretary who said that. He had the facts, he had the intelligence, he must have spoken with State House and they knew about it. His speech, some executive summary had been sent round, so it was known. He had contacted foreign governments and known there is probably as much as that. So I find no reason why. I've seen other records that talk about 6 trillion, but you know, we've never had evidence that has been brought back. But let's even come back to Kenya. You and I have not even discussed the 2 billion. The 2 billion, which adds to 730 billion per year. I'll round it up to call it 1 trillion. That's what we lose per year. So if that is what we have lost per year, these last 5 years, that is 5 trillion. During the last 5 years, if everything worked that way, that was another 5 trillion, if my maths work right. What we are saying, even with the 2 billion, we could have paid the 8.2 trillion Kenya shillings. We could have done that from the 2 billion without going for anything out there, and yet we still need to go out there. I mean, this matter of corruption, siphoning public money, and what we've been doing has been our undoing. No country can develop with corruption. And with the level of corruption that we have had in this nation, no wonder we are still begging and our people are going hungry. I've just given the 2 billion. And for us within Agano Party and with our experts, the 2 billion for us, we say can't even be a correct figure.
The 2 billion, Mr. Maura, the 2 billion from the Institute of Economic Affairs is not necessarily lost. It's been diverted to other uses. So if education was allocated 600 billion, perhaps they took a portion of it to another use, not necessarily lost. So when you do that sum totality, could you just be misleading us? Because this money was allocated to something and probably just diverted to another use and not the intended purpose. That's why we lack classrooms, for example.
The president of our nation did not lie. He said 2 billion is lost. 2 billion. 2
Do you
billion
believe
does
the president
not,
now?
2 billion does not get into the economy. And later he was had to say in matters corruption, I mean, he had tried his best. The word he used was his hands were tied.
But the Institute of Economic Affairs says this money is not necessarily lost. It goes to other purposes.
I mean, but why can't we see the effect? Why do we have such high cost of living? Why have Kenyans been going hungry? What are these other things? What has the Institute said? For me, I would say it's gone into people's pockets. For me, I would say part of that money would be on its way to some countries. I mean, the whole area of our financial fidelity, our being the shepherd I referred to, our doing what our brothers did. You see, from the word go, Singapore took such a firm and a stern position, the President Lee Kuan Yew, concerning matters corruption. And I submit to us that that nation would not have been where it is if he had done so. No nation can develop with corruption. Rwanda has come up just lately, and look at what our brother is doing over there. I mean, phenomenal similarity. I need to emphasize that.
Okay.
Just recently, it's not even 1963. Give Rwanda another 5 years. Botswana, they also fought corruption. You cannot move forward with corruption.
Let's just come back to here. And you spoke about Kenya needing to be self-sufficient. We need to be a food-secure nation. There is a very close link between food security and climate change. We are seeing droughts. Millions of people are starving in our country, yet your manifesto speaks very little to climate change. What mitigation and adaptation measures is your government going to put in place to cushion Kenyans against climate shocks?
Climate change, the whole issue of the changing patterns of the weather is of concern to me and my team. Right now we are experiencing weather we have not had before. We have stopped talking of today was very hot or today was very cold, the way we defined it. We are now even going into what were the centigrades per day. You've noticed in our manifesto we've talked not just about measures we'll do, but even the fact that we would introduce taxation. We've noticed that. The first one is a poll tax for people who interfere with things that go into ensuring that we are not influencing the climatic changes that we are seeing, we have in Kenya, we are seeing in other nations. But it is very important in Kenya we have a discussion round about this matter before we become industrialized, because we are going to be industrialized. We have seen what the gases from the industries have done to other nations. And we don't have to wait to get there for us to deal with that situation.
So how are you going to deal with it?
The things I have in mind is, it
is time.
A reminder
to our audience, please, as per the debate rules, no cheering, jeering or noise. Do continue.
Yes, sorry, come again. What was that?
My question is
how? Let me give
how are you going to ensure Kenyans remain food secure vis-a-vis climate change? What measures we
must bring education, that's number one. We must tell Kenyans that our rivers are important, our forests are important, our mountains are important. We must come back and enforce. We have laws that have to do with things that affect climate. But right now, you know, we have cut down about half the trees in Kenya. We must find ways of preserving our water. Kenya is very watered, but all the water goes to the ocean. We must come back even to a city like Nairobi and ask, why did we allow this building to be built next to a river? We must go to sources of water. Sources of water have been grabbed, and next to them, as much as developers can get, built houses. We must get to a point where we say, if something was done irregularly, it needs to be pulled down.
Mr. Wairiga, does the Agano Party have a plan to make Kenyans more resilient in the wake of climate change and ensuring food security and therefore bringing down the cost of living? Do you have a plan?
We do have a plan.
What is that plan?
Because agriculture is very important to us, and if you'd have noticed, we've said that the office of the president will keep a very close eye to agriculture, because without food security we are going nowhere. We can't be begging those many years after we became independent and we started ruling ourselves. We have talked about the preservation of our rivers. We've talked about injecting money. We've talked about bringing subsidies that enable farmers to produce fertilizer. We've talked about that. We've talked about exploring markets. We've talked about getting Kenya to where it was in terms of agriculture. You know what? We are not short of studies. We are not short of, as a nation, of projects that have come into being. Galara would have been, is a case study. It's a case study. The nation of Israel, and I can't purport to be their spokesperson, were disappointed, and very many nations have been disappointed. That was something, but look at what we did with it. It's amongst the scandals that we have in the Jubilee government. This is what I'm saying, we are not going to allow anymore. So we must, it is one of the two areas that my office as the president, if Kenyans are pleased to vote me, that one, agriculture, and the whole area of asset recovery, I've said it's something every day I'll keep an eye on. I would want a report on it. I would want to know what is happening. So we do have that. We recognize people are still going hungry. We want to recover our riparian lands. We want to bring education from the lowest grade on all these matters. We want to bring sensitization. And Kenyans are all very open-minded. They are tired. They want a change. They want to move forward.
Okay, and just before we move on to the next topic, let me just circle back to my first question under this topic of the economy. I asked how you intend to bring down the cost of living within the first 100 days, but I also asked by how much? What can Kenyans expect from you? How much do you intend to bring down the cost of living?
I think that the most I can talk of is by what I will do. It's by what I will do.
So you don't have an answer to that?
It's what I will do. I believe as a nation now that even our annual budget should not be 3 trillion. If we did things right, if we preserved our public funds, if we put them to the use they should, our annual budget should be going up to 10, 20 trillions instead of 3 trillion. If we had done things right, we should not be, and we are not unthankful, we are thankful, just rejoicing that we have got 22 kilometers expressway. This nation will be full of expressway, hundreds of miles. So I am really talking of, if I can give an estimate from here, I can't remember what we have said, bringing the cost of living. I tell you what, even if out of my 30 trillion Kenya shillings, which I believe is both out there and wasted, we got 10 trillion. This nation will be flipped upside down. I read something this week in one of the dailies. It was in the Nation newspaper. Let me give credit to an our report. And they say that the current road network, which we understand infrastructure, 11,000 kilometers. That's what we built. We built it with 1.5 trillion. Look at what 1.5 trillion can do. What if you have 10? What if you have 15? What if you have 20? Kenyans, I'm asking you to take a journey with me. Visualize, close your eye, and see a nation 59 years, what it should have been. The other nations we talk about, as I look at you, New York, London, Singapore would be looking up to Kenya.
Okay.
That's what I want to make Kenya to be.
Okay, and we can't end this topic before we talk about employment. It's a huge issue in the country right now, and a number of Kenyans are not employed, particularly those leaving school who are looking for jobs, and even the adult population, some of them even above 40 years are not employed. And he said statistics also show that about 63% of Kenyans tonight will go to bed without a meal on the table. What is your plan for this group of people if you are elected president to create employment to this country? We've had promises of 1 million jobs a year, 800,000 jobs. What is the Agano plan for this?
Might I interject and ask also, how will you create more jobs in the formal sector?
Yes.
We have looked at that issue. It's close to our hearts. I feel you, I feel Kenyans, because things are bad out there. Things are real bad. We have said in our manifesto that we will endeavor to create employment at all levels. With the 2010 constitution, we went devolvement. And one of the things we have said in our manifesto that when we bring our funds back, when we stop the siphoning, the 2 billion, when we arrest those people who have made it impossible for the government or the president to move forward, we will give from the national office 40% to the devolved units. And we have said out of that, that is far above even that's above the 35 that BBI was promising. That even beyond that, we want to ensure that 50 million at least goes to the lowest unit of development, which is the village council. And there are people who would say, how would that happen? And what benefit will it have? For us, we devolved money. Unfortunately, we also devolved corruption, but we never devolved decision making. We are interested, we want Kenyans to decide what they want to do from the lowest unit, the mtaa, the village, the nyumba kumi. And why is this important? because some part of the job creation will come from there. It is there they will decide we need a road to this area, we need to make a cattle dip if there are areas without. Is there they will decide that we need to have this milk processing. And out there, there are so many youth. It is down at that level where they know their needs are. So that is one way that we'll be able to do that. Secondly, we will be injecting money. I think the picture I'd like to bring out to all Kenyans and those listening is, I am not just proposing things we'll do, but I am saying in my government we will have money, and that the money is somewhere. If the money we are talking about comes, we have talked about how we should be able even to give to the youth, to give to the workers, not less than 500 billion Kenya shillings. Because assume that money comes back, or even half of it, or even a quarter of it. Look at the wonders it can do. We've also talked about skills as being important. People need skills. We've talked about giving money to young people so that they can do startups. We've talked about getting rid of certain taxations so that Kenyans can be able to move forward. So we've talked again at bringing back cottage industries, and there's a sense in which they are coming back. Because like when I was growing up in my home area, I was born and grew up in Nakuru County, and in a small town known as Turi. I remember when I was very young, and that's many years, in the early 70s, and there was this small place where they were building hooks and they were exporting them. And I know the young people from the area. Okay. Then I was in primary school. I could see them proudly because there was something in the neighborhood that they were doing. In my hometown also of Molo, we had things and concerns that were going on. We had, these last 20 years, we have had a potato industry. The last I heard about it, it hadn't started off. And I'm saying taking industries. So we have had what we are calling pesa mashinani, madaraka mashinani. Let decisions be made there. So we will inject money.
Okay.
We will inject goodwill.
A potential voter for you has a question for you. Let's take the question.
My name is James Monia, working in Nairobi. And this is my question to all candidates. How will your government support institutions that promote police reforms and professionalism within the police service so that we don't have cases of police brutality and the cases of extrajudicial killings?
Do I go ahead?
Yes.
We will be a government of the rule of law. And I need to say that amongst the other things that have brought us down is impunity. And impunity is disregard of the law. Impunity is a situation where those who are in power are not brought into book. They seem to be above the law. And it's not like we don't have institutions. We will strengthen judiciary. We will strengthen our investigative units. We will pay them well. We've talked about that. We have, in our manifesto, we have talked about 12 covenants, and one of them is covenants with men and women in uniform. We will give them modern machinery. We will get them we will give them freedom to make decisions, you know, in the sense there will be no interference. We will strengthen the offices and other agencies, EACC, that deal with anti-corruption, asset recovery. And in matters extrajudicial killing, we'll bring back the rule of law. It's because of impunity. You know, corruption comes with a lot of things. It comes with all those evils and ills. And we have seen a judiciary that's willing. We will give money into it so that it can have courts into every county, which has been one of its desires. I'm saying, when we are a nation with money, when we are the sky is the limit of what we can do. But also when there is goodwill, which is what I'll be bringing from where I am, we should be able to stop all that extrajudicial killing, bring to book, indeed, even revisit those which have not been adjudged to date. And I'm grateful this week we saw the court just do something in the right direction, because we can't continue doing this. It's part of impunity, which my government will deal with.
All right. There's also a second question for you. Mr. Maura.
My name is Jacqueline Kagu. I'm a mental health advocate in Kenya. And I want both parties to explain what they have in store for mental health in this country, given that in mental health, Ministry of Health has allocated 0.3% to mental health, which is very little compared to what is in store for in matters mental health. And given that Mental Health Amendment Act 2022 is almost being signed by the President of this country.
Sorry, Ken, I missed a little bit of what she said.
Issues of mental health.
Mental health, yes.
Yes.
We can't ignore that mental health is here with us. It's with our brothers, it's with our sisters. It's with people very close to us. And that's why I think the suggestion, one of the reasons, the suggestion to introduce, to regularize the growing of bang in our nation, that's why I'm opposed to that. And I know you'll be asking more about that question. Mental health is sort of, I personally have had people close to me who have suffered from that. And we need to start tackling that. We need to come up. We have said a lot about in our covenant, Agano na Kenya kuhusu afya, concerning health. In our hospitals, this is something we will want to give a lot of attention to. Number one, we need to start tracing it from as early as primary school, if not high school, because one of the problems we've had is ignoring that mental health is real and it exists. Number two, we need to come up with what other countries have done. And other countries have come with means and ways and means, where there are even lines where you can call because you feel like taking your life the next 1 minute, and you get a counselor ready waiting for you. We need to come up with places that the government has oversight over. Right now, I'm not sure, I can't say 100% that the government has oversight over rehabilitation. I was checking the other day and it was not clear to me who licenses or how they should be licensed. I mean, and right now it's at very high level with the problems that we have to come. We will give enough money to our health sector. We've talked about at least a 5-level hospital in every county. And in it, we will demand that there be established a Department of Mental Health.
How much is enough money?
You know what we've been saying? We have 12 covenants with Kenyans. And we are saying to them, you know what, before the end of our first year, we see ourselves getting not less than 12 trillion back into this nation, more. And we have gone as much as saying, we are saying no to corruption, bring our money back, and we have even been had to say 1 trillion for every economic sector in Kenya. If we are not able to give 1 trillion, we are talking about half a trillion. We have money in this nation. This is a wealthy nation.
Okay.
That's why we're able to lose 2 billion and we can't notice it. That's why 215 billion euro board is unaccounted for. It's nowhere. And nobody, the moment Auditor General Ouko left, and after a few months, it's a forgotten business. It's not forgotten. We want to know where the Euroboard money went to.
All right, at this point, I would like to shift focus to our next topic, and that is on the issue of education. If you assume office in the next few weeks, perhaps, your biggest headache in the education sector will be as early as January, when 2.5 million students will have to transition into secondary school. How are you going to address this crisis of congestion? Because already secondary schools are congested.
I know I will not be the first one to address it. I know there are studies, there are recommendations which have not been able to go into them. But first of all, we have talked about the fact that we introduce free education from Kenyans from the lowest unit to the highest unit. And remember, my government is different from the other. we are saying we will have the money because we are going for the money where it is.
Free
Two.
Free education, basic education, is in the Constitution. It's enshrined.
Yes, but
primary
it's not
and secondary.
there.
Are you saying that you are also going to give university students free education?
We are talking also of university students. It's from the lowest to the highest. And that's something apparently I have found almost every.
How are you going to fund that if already our education
I am
sector is
the
in a
only
crisis?
candidate who has a solution to where we'll get money to find our economic. I am the only one. Look at my proposals. I'm the other one who is going for the juggler. And I'm not just that, I am saying we'll go even for the big fish. It doesn't matter who you are. If we have an abacha in this nation, we'll get money from that abacha. That's what we are saying. We are so serious on this matter. But to come back to your question, education is a problem at many levels. We've talked of free education. We've talked about consultation. Right now we have the CBC, and we know what a problem it is. And we will sit down with the stakeholders. We will consult. We will have to find ways, but I think we are going through the first period of the problem is the CBC. Like,
but I'm not,
they're
my
overlapping.
My question is not about CBC. It is about the immediate problem that you're going to face, which is to find space for 2.5 million students in secondary school. You wouldn't have much time.
Because we have money, we'll find a way out.
So
if
we'll have money by January?
Build makeshift shelters, we'll have to do that. But I'll tell you what, I'll be taking a corrupt country, but I'll be coming in, both a corrupt and a broke country, but I'll be coming in with money. But I think there are no easy solutions, and I hear your concern. These are matters that we will have to see what we can do. And some of the possible solutions will be to look for ways, makeshift. We probably might have to go virtual in some form of education.
At the moment, you don't have a plan.
Not for that specific number, but we have a covenant with Kenyans on education. We will put money into it. We will discuss and improve the CBC, not doing away with it altogether. We have that. We have said we'll give free education. In terms of a specific like that, it may not, again, a manifesto can't contain everything, but we'll have to find ways. Everybody must go to school. If we have to do it virtually, we will have to go that way. If we have to turn some government offices, I don't know, I have not thought about it. Every Kenyan must go to school, must get a learning. It's a problem, I agree, but again, it's a problem we have inherited, and we have to find ways. As a president, I will not sit back. But with money, the sky will be the limit. You know what? Even classrooms, through fabricated materials, you can build classrooms in a matter of weeks, if not days. You understand, there will be money in my government.
You understand, I want to ask you more about education, but you understand even getting that money to Kenya, the money that you're targeting, must be an issue of legislation, must be an issue of the law.
You know, it's at two levels, Ken. I'm talking first of all of our money out there, but I'm also talking of wastage from here.
Okay.
Kenyans showed us in the year 2002 that we can stop corruption. And there was goodwill. Unfortunately, we did not move on and build on that. And when we came back in the current government, we have even gone back to way before the coalition government.
Okay.
I mean, I know because of the steps we are taking, even by waving away 50% of pay, Kenyans will sit back. Kenyans love their nation. Kenyans know they have a great nation and say, why are we doing this? It's not right.
Okay, let me take you back.
The Nagano government of Maura Wahiga is seeking to improve our lives. He wants to make us a first world. What we are doing is not right. And not only that, we will defend whistleblowers. Kenyans will talk. Kenyans will talk, come to the truth, and the Recovery Commission and tell what is happening.
I'd like to take you back now to CBC because you mentioned it in your statement. Most parents are crying out and saying it's not working, it's very expensive for them. Some teachers also, including the Teachers Union, NAT and KUPE, took a stand on CBC earlier on. The only institution that took charge is the government, the national government, through the Ministry of Education, and the president, the outgoing president, has mentioned this. From where you stand, my first question is, would you continue with CBC? Would you rethink CBC if you were elected president, and why?
I would rethink CBC in the sense with a view to improving it. I have met parents as well, and I have family members who've got children who are in primary school. And admittedly, CBC has been very costly. Not only that, it's been very involving. But I have met parents from across both ends of the coin, some who have said, there is something good. And I agree, because I passed through a bit of CBC. I went to school when we had subjects known as hard work, technical subjects, subjects known as agriculture, where we carried the hoe into school. And by the time I was grown up, there are things I could do for myself because I've been exposed to them. We will sit down with stakeholders and seek to improve it. It can be good for the future, but right now it's expensive, it's demanding. Kenyans don't have money. We can't continue like this. But again, we have said, this is one sector. Education is key. Kenya is where it is because Kenya values education. Kenyans are educated. We can't go back on this. Right now we are into ICT, and we would like Kenya to be the country that's leading in those areas like other countries.
Okay.
So I have answered your question. We will think with a view to improving.
One of the biggest voting bloc that perhaps you're looking at as a presidential candidate is the teachers of this country. And the teachers of this country have had a very bad run, according to them, with the government, the outgoing government. And they're wondering today, would you guarantee their interests if you were elected president? And would you put NAT back, for example, to where it was probably 10 years ago?
Oh yeah. We have spoken about education. We've talked about increasing salaries to the men and women in uniform. We've talked about the welfare of the men and women in healthcare. I mean, part of the money that should have gone to meet the needs of these people, and they are very critical. I would want Kenyans to be proud to be teachers, to be educators like in other nations. I feel proud when I go home and I meet Mr. Opondo, who is now going to almost 100 years. I haven't seen him in quite a while, who was my primary school teacher, and he is still there. He made me who I am. I feel very proud to walk around and meet policemen who are doing a good day's job, but they are not paid well, they are housing, and so on. I am proud with the little security I've granted to meet young men who love their country, who are doing their job, who want to move forward. I'll take care of their welfare because I will have the money.
All right, we are almost out of time, but I want to bring a question to you about an issue related to health. If you assumed office in August and a few weeks later it was declared that monkeypox was in Kenya, monkeypox has been declared a global health emergency, what plans would you have in place to address this health crisis? And bear in mind, monkeypox would have come just a few days or weeks after you came into this office. Therefore, you wouldn't have had time to get that money from abroad that you keep referring to.
I think the first thing I would like to say with pleasure is that there will be no monkeypox billionaires in my government. And secondly, I'm waiting if the president doesn't do it before I come into power, just like he did with Unga, and I'm thankful. I have to be the president who will announce, and not just announce who the KEMSA billionaires are, but get the money back from them. I appreciate it will not be easy, and it has been said it will not be easy. I will seek to work with everybody. I will seek to work with our friends in Kenya and outside, with the various agencies. We've got trained doctors. We have got we have Kenyans who listen and want to do what is right, so that I believe there are measures we'll be able to take that can prevent it escalating. But When it comes as an emergency, we have no choice. You have to get to the consolidated fund and elsewhere in the exchequer where we can get money and put it into that, because lives of Kenyans matter. We'll also be careful about who does what, who sources what drugs, who brings what drugs, because that's where we got the KEMSA billionaires. To date, none of my competitors, while they know, wish to tell us who they are.
So does your party have a plan to address a health crisis?
We have talked about increasing our hospitals. We've talked about taking care of the welfare of the doctors and the health workers. We've talked about, actually we have talked about something very unique. Just like we have a teachers commission, we have talked about bringing back something that the health workers have been asking for, a health commission, which nobody has wanted to. Because it's important. We can't succeed on this war without involving them. They are the machinani of the health.
Before we
so
close,
do we have that?
Let me ask again, does your party have a plan to avert a health crisis?
We will just have to work with what we have.
So
we will
don't.
call upon friends. I mean, I am not in government. I'm not like the Deputy President or the Right Honorable, who are both in government in one form or another. I mean, we just have to work with what we are. We will call upon friends, our neighbors. We will call upon all doctors. It will be a crisis. And we will ask Kenyans, this is where we are. We'll be transparent. And the international community we've seen it come to the aid of various nations. Kenya is a friend of many nations. Okay. We will get help. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
Mr. David Wahiga Maure, thank you so much for coming to the debate tonight.
Thank you.
You have now 2 minutes to make your closing remarks.
Kenyans, you have heard me. I am told a number of you have already decided on who to vote for. But the question I want to ask, have those that you want to vote for made a difference in your life? I have told you the reasons why we are where we are. And yet those others, or my competitors, some who don't even want to come here and give you a minute of their time to tell you what they are talking about, to allow themselves to be interrogated, are saying they'll make a difference. Can they make that difference? I am saying to you, and don't you feel with me, that we are here because we have recycled leaders, and we are at a point where to move forward, we need to break some glass ceiling. I am telling you, I'm the real deal. There comes a time when hard decisions have to be made. Yes, I'm not part of them, and I've not been part of them. I'll come like the biblical David, of whom, as I said earlier, it's written, he shepherded Israel by the integrity of his heart and the skillfulness of his hands. I want to be that leader. I'm the real deal. Mimi ndiye nitabadilisha Kenya kabisa. Naomba kura zenyu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wahiga. Ladies and gentlemen in the audience and our viewers following this at home, we have to end it here for now.
All right, and that is the conclusion of the first year of the presidential debate. There, David Wahiga Maure debating, alone, so to say, or rather just answering questions from the panelists. Professor George Wajakoya skipping that particular debate despite his earlier presence in the premises of the Catholic University of Eastern Africa. That is a debate that has just concluded, where David Wahiga Maure has been able, to present his desires on what he can do for this country if elected the president. And a lot of concerns, a lot of questions questions now rising as to why Professor George Wajackoyah skipped that particular debate, affirming to his words that he would not debate only Mora if at all there was the panelists, or rather the planners of that particular event, would not put each and every presidential candidate on the same platform. And we've been following keenly on what David Waige Mora has been able to put out in regards to his manifesto for the country in terms of education and economic revival. Fight against graft is some of the matters that have come out in that particular debate. And I want just to welcome my panelists here in the studio, that we continue with this discussion and also evaluate what David Waige Mora has been able to put. On my near right is Vincent Kirosi, is my colleague as well and a political journalist, and on the far right is a political strategist and researcher who has been able to join us at this particular moment. Steve Ogola is in studio as well with us as we take a review of what has just transpired in just a few minutes from now. And I just want to begin with you, Steve Ogola. What do you make of Mora's, interview, so to say, because that is not particularly a debate?
Foremost, I must acknowledge his strength and courage to attend the debate. He has shown that he actually is interested to tell Kenyans that is the best bet for this year's presidential election. However, from my own perspective, I can say that the presidential candidate has failed to tackle the main issues. He has only told us the problems we have, which all Kenyans understand and acknowledge that indeed we have problems. But when taking his time to tell us how he's going to address those issues, I can say that he has not done his best in showing us the nitty-gritties that he will tackle to bring a change in this nation.
What did you expect to come out in that particular, interview, or rather debate, in regards to the issues that affect the common Kenyan that need to be tackled, we would say immediately the next government takes over? What are some of the issues that you think were left out that should have been the bottom line of that particular discussion?
The main challenges to humankind, especially Kenyans at the moment, is the issue of economy. Kenyans strive to work very hard to put food on the table. But you realize that despite their strength, they are not getting what they really expect. I expected the presidential candidate to show us how is he going to revolutionize the state of the economy. Another immediate challenge is the issue of education. Right now we know, as the journalists have clearly indicated, that there is going to be a looming crisis regarding the issue of space when the new students will be joining schools. But the presidential candidate has not also addressed that clearly. Another challenge is the issue of the healthcare crisis. We really need to know, how is the presidential candidate going to address the issue of a healthcare crisis? In his own perspective...
I'll just cut you short, Mr. Steve, because More, the Catholic University of East Africa, is speaking to the Kenyan people after that particular interview. Let's take a listen in, and then we come back, you complete your statement.
Thank you.
I'm disappointed. Do you feel you managed to achieve what you set out to achieve here this evening? Yes, and I was surprised how time moved very quickly. And I feel elated because I was being honest. But also, it is important that leaders come out and they come out as they are before Kenyans. And they say why they are in this race. Let's stop giving promises out there. But let's also, when we come here, explain the past, what we do in the future, and what we have done in the past. And if you've been in government, why we are where we are. And for instance, some of the examples I gave explain where is the 215 billion euro bond if you are in government when that money went missing. All right, thank you so much. Well, Joe, the Agano Party presidential candidate just leaving. He says he is the real deal, very confident that this evening he got to clarify, he got to articulate.
All right, and that is just the conclusion of what was just an hour and some minutes of interrogation, other discussion of David Waige Mora with the panelists of the presidential debate that has not turned out well. That is David Waige Waige More giving out his final remarks. And just coming back to you, Steve, you were making a point in regards to, the issues that didn't come out from that particular debate that we expected to come out. Will you just continue with your...
Yeah, we also expected the presidential candidate to tell us his ideologies that he's going to use to handle the issue of healthcare crisis. And another fundamental aspect that we cannot forget to mention is the issue of food security. It is really true that some people are still dying out of hunger in this nation, in this age. The presidential candidate ought to have told us how is he going to tackle the issue of food security. Now, these are the main areas that we expected, and personally as an individual and a voter in this nation, I expected him to persuade us on this kind of areas and how he's going to solve these issues. Yes.
And just coming to you, Kerosi, you can see what, or rather you can hear what Mr. Steve is raising in regards to issues that are very important, not being able, to be articulated correctly, despite, David Waige More having enough time and the composure and the settlement to make his submissions. What do you make of what David More submitted this evening in that particular, would say discussion, because it was not actually a real debate?
Yeah, it wasn't a debate because he was alone, but I agree with Steve on the issue of articulating exactly what he's going to do to bring solutions. But again, it shows that he understands the national issues. He understands what the Kenyans are going through. He understands the stage we are right now as a nation and where we need to be going forward. So that's a positive first. Now, what I also debate upon is he had all the time in the world. He was debating against nobody. He was actually debating against himself because, and today you could realize that there is no timing. You're not timing him down and to 2 minutes or so. He had all the time to answer the questions and bring out what exactly his and the Agano party, would do for the people to solve this, the issues that we know are affecting the Mwananchi. But one thing I like about him is his honesty. He's very honest at the issues that really are out here. He wasn't hiding. He wasn't, trying to cover them in flowers. And he did so well in that part. But the issue is now being clear on the manifesto, because this was an opportunity for him to explain what is behind the manifesto that they launched the other day for Kenyans to understand that if it's an issue with the the soaring prices of the base commodities, how you're going to tackle this going forward. But again, there is an issue that he has always stood with, on how to bring about the payee, the taxation issue on the Kenyan front. And he has come out candidly and said, for me, I believe this is the only way to help Mwananchi to have money in their pocket, and that is cutting down payee from the percentage, cutting it by 50%, so to speak. That is an issue that for me I felt he tried to bring out as clear as possible, and this is an issue that could come clear and closer to the hearts of the Kenyans. But again, the question is, part of how we raise our revenue as a country depends on how we, and the money that we tax after what we receive for those that are employed. So when you say that you're going to reduce pay by 50%, how are you going to ensure that you have enough money to do everything, to run the government, and then make sure that there is enough for even Mwananchi in their pocket? So this is an issue that I felt that he tried to bring it out, but at the end of the day, that big question on how still lingers.
Just coming to you, Steve, and looking at what David Waige presented while he was alone, having all the time, like Kerosi said, all the time in this world, in a something that would have expected to be a debate where you have interruptions from your opponent. But at this particular moment, David Waige More was all alone, articulating issues that perhaps would make the basis of him being elected as a president. Did you feel the absence of Professor George Wajakoya in that particular, debate session?
Oh, first of all, I need to concur with my colleague on the matter of the presidential candidate understanding the issues of Kenyans. It is true that he has articulated the issues that affect Kenyans very directly, and he is also showing his commitment to resolve those problems. However, the issue here is that Kenyans have had issues of presidential candidates giving them promises. Now we want to ensure these promises you are telling us, what is the assurance that you are going to meet your obligations? Now, back to your question, a debate will have been very engaging and interesting had the other presidential candidate, that's the Roots Party presidential candidate, Professor Wajakoya, had shown up. It's because he will have the opportunity to raise serious questions and serious concerns on where necessary. But in the event that he was alone, he realized that there was no competitor and there was no any challenger to raise critical questions regarding his approaches. Had the presidential candidate, that is Professor George Wajakoya, been there, he will be even a bit a notch higher in telling us this is what I'm going to do and this is how I'll do it. Because the professor will challenge every point he brings and probably will have brought about serious and more engaging solutions to Kenyans.
And generally, did David More fail in that particular interview? Did he deliver the way he should have done while debating alone, or did he fail in a rare opportunity?
Okay, based on the discussion that he had, he has played his role perfectly. At least he has told Kenyans what he really wants. However, we still have serious questions that if he had more time, he will have asked. I won't say that he has failed in totality, but I can say that he still needs to do more research. He needs to find time and face Kenyans. He needs to go and remind us of the areas that he never answered correctly, like matters of health care. The journalist raised an issue of a looming crisis involving the monkeypox. He ought to have told us, should that scenario pop up even tomorrow, what will he have done?
At least he said that they will know there's not going to be monkeypox billionaires.
That was a plus on his part. That was a plus on his part, because we are also tired of a situation whereby Kenyan leaders take advantage of Kenya's crisis to get themselves rich. So he scored on that point.
And just coming to you, Gerosi, you've talked about Kenyans. They don't want people to take advantage of their resources. David Wagemora was tasked in regards to how he can be able to fight corruption. Actually, his opening statement was anti-corruption crusader. Did he tackle that issue the way we should have expected of a president, giving ways how he's going to, tackle corruption? We've seen that is what has been ailing the country for quite a long time. The issue of 2 billion being lost daily, the statement by President Uhuru Kenyatta coming out clearly in that particular discussion. Do you think that he was able to articulate the issue of fighting corruption?
First of all, I want to agree with Steve on one thing, that competition brings out the best in people. When you have a competitor close to you, you are going to give the best, because if not, then you are going to have a critic next to you. So probably the reason why we felt that it was a sort of a mediocre kind of debate, or kind of responses from this particular candidate of Agano Party, David Maure, is because he lacked competition. Because we understand that when you know that whoever is coming next is going to counter you, then you have to give the best from you. But coming to your question on the issue of corruption, he said, he began by saying that he is an anti-corruption crusader, and brought out the issues that the junctures, the case studies that he knows about corruption in the country. Tried to bring them quite well out. But again, dealing with it, the question of how you're going to deal with it, for me, it wasn't satisfactorily tackled by him. But one thing he said is that I'm going to, strengthen the agencies that deal with these, like the judiciary, and make sure that they deliver whenever a case is brought in front of them, a corruption case is brought in front of them. So for me, that is what I take out of that, strengthening the agencies, but strengthen them again. But what about now curbing before even it reaches to the level of being dealt by the agencies? What are you going to, what system is it going to, is government going to bring in place so that there are no cases at all, so that we don't reach at a level of bringing them into the judiciary? And we know sometimes in this country, for the longest time possible, the judiciary has always been compromised. So for me, I felt that depending on the agencies, but without a system, then it's not good enough.
Mr. Steve, David Waige Maura, in his submissions, did you feel a person who can be able to fight corruption in this country?
Maura already has the goodwill. He has even statistics and specific data of the money that we've lost. He has also shown that the current president has failed, and he has acknowledged that he failed in curbing corruption. For instance, he mentioned when the president once said that his hands are tied. In his own capacity as a presidential candidate, should he be blessed enough to get the mantle of Kenyan leadership, he has shown that he has the goodwill. You only need to show an effort on bringing people together, having clear structures, and coming up with the systems that is going to use to ensure that it curbs corruption. Yes.
And I'm just wondering, the absence of Professor George Wajakoya in that particular debate, what damage does it cause for his presidential ambitions? Just to begin with you, Kerosi.
We began by saying, at the end of the day, the issue that we need to understand is this debate going to be, of any impact, like 12 days down before the elections? Is it going to have the impact on the decision that the electorate is going to make? For me, I feel until now that the debate might not be of such a big impact, because 90% of Kenyans have already decided whom they want to vote for at this juncture. But again, the remainder might, those who are still in limbo, not knowing exactly what I want to do, might, take advantage of this. And we know that Wajakoya has created a brand of himself, and the people that he targets are the young people. And I still feel that him not being here today is not going to be of any impact to his candidature, because whoever was, debating here is of a totally different brand and personality and package compared to him. So I don't think he's going to lose any substantial support for him not attending today. But for those that are serious people who want to sit and listen, then they are going to question him and say, if you did not attend, then how can I trust you that you'll be good enough to give me an opportunity to attend to my issues if you could not even cater for, and attend? Because he was in the premises, coming to the premises and then deciding to leave, creates questions about your character and your personality and your truthfulness towards what you're looking for. It's better that he did not even turn up in the premises, because people will have known exactly he said no and it was a no. But now you're here, but you're not in the podium. Yeah.
And on the contrary, he's talking about Professor George Wajakoya not, getting any negative or rather positive impact from that particular scheme of that debate. And on the contrary, David Waige Maura has debated himself, so to say. Has that been, the absence of George Wajakoya, Bwana Steve, has it been of benefit to his presidential candidature, or rather has it worked against him, the absence of Professor George Wajakoya and debating him?
I am also of the idea that this debate will have an insignificant impact on the choices Kenyans will make. Professor George Wajakoya understands that he has clearly selected his target audience. And he also knows that those targeted audience will follow him regardless of whether he attends the debate or not. It's for that reason, number two, I will argue that he wanted to show that he is a firm person. Saying that he will not attend and maintaining his stand will show that he is a president. He will be a president who will stand firm by his decisions and actions. So on that issue, I don't think it will affect Professor George Wajakoya. As for Mwaura, the absence of George Wajakoya has been of benefit to him because he had the time to articulate himself clearly without interruptions and without competition. So he's sure that he has reached out to his targeted audience very firmly.
Remember, you can weigh in on your feedback on our social media pages. We are streaming live at KAK TV Kenya and YouTube KAK TV Kenya. You can continue following up this particular discussion and give us your feedback. We'll be sampling them in a short while as I sample some of the feedbacks that we've received right here. And Beatrice Ombo, you say we need leaders who have integrity, and like Waige Mwaura, he has been talking about corruption and articulated that particular issue. That is Beatrice Wambui talking about what Waige submitted in regards to corruption. Brian Tony, you can be able to see you following this particular discussion. You can continue sending in your feedback. We'll be sampling them and also getting to hear from you as well. What have you picked from that particular, presidential debate or say presidential discussion where David Waige Mwaura has been able to present his manifesto to the country? And I just want to come back to this particular discussion. If you look at this issue of pairing these particular candidates into tier 1 and tier 2, of course the first one has just concluded, but not in a good tone, because one of the presidential candidates didn't show up for that particular debate. Is it a matter of creating an hostile environment before the August polls? Because these are 4 presidential candidates that are not satisfied with what is being done to them to give them publicity for them to be voted in. Just to begin with your Ugola.
This was like a battle of the titans. Everyone wants to show his strength and goodwill. So by the other presidential candidates failing to come or segmenting the debates into 2, the organizers of the debate clearly understood where each and every presidential candidate belong in terms of numbers and population and followers. By the end of the day, it will not create jitters, or maybe it will not create issues or chaos. And no one is preparing the nation for looming chaos in the nearest future. We only understand that each and every presidential candidate has got a significant number of followers, good enough for him either to reach to the top or maybe to get to number 2. But by the end of the day, when it comes to matters leadership and election, there is never number 2. It's always number 1. And that's the reason you see some presidential candidates who are segmented into the first group, like George Wajakoya, failed to show up because he feels that he is belittled. But by the end of the day, that is not the case.
Kirosi, is it a matter of being belittled, or rather, do we see a firm presidential candidate who stands by his desires and his words, or is it a matter of political gains or cowardice in debating for the real issues? Because these are debates that puts you on the Kenyan map, puts you in a scenario where you are now able to speak to Kenyans direct. So any single mistake or a failure sends a big message to Kenyans. Is it that the case in this regard?
In this particular one, I don't feel it's the case because, as we said earlier, Wajakoya, the professor, already knows his target electorate. Regardless of what happens, they will go. If they wanted to go with them, they will always go with them, regardless of whether he attends or not the debate. So he knew, because he knew that he's coming to the debate, or he's getting the votes will be hinged on him coming to the debate, then he would have, attended. But I feel like he knew it is of little significance for me to attend, and he thought that if he debated the four, and particularly the big two, that is Raila Odinga and William Ruto, then he could have sort of sailed on that wave of the two, and because he will have tried to show you guys, you're not alone in this. I'm also here, and I can take you nail on. So I feel that if he had the opportunity to debate with the two in one podium, then he could have got some mileage. But him debating alone or with Mwaure, no significant change could have happened. So the reason why he decided not to really push on with it.
Right, and just on that note, I'm being informed that Rigathi Gachagua, the Kenya Kwanza deputy presidential candidate, is already at the Catholic University of East Africa premises. Of course, he is there, not because he is supposed to be part of the debate, but that could mean that the Deputy President William Ruto is also on his way to that particular venue where the Deputy President, the presidential debate tier 2 is expected to happen despite the boycott by the Azimio la Umoja. We'll be coming back to look at what we expect from that particular interview, even if Deputy President William Ruto will have to debate himself. So we take a very short commercial break. Don't go far away. Remember, you can leave in your messages as we continue with this program. I'll be sampling them up before we get to the end of this particular session. So don't go far away. We take a very short commercial break. We'll be right back.
Five people, 5 things for CAC TV. This partnership week, we urge you, our viewer, to set aside 5 minutes to do the following. Ask 5 people to pray for CAC TV. Request 5 people to tell 5 people about CAC TV. Encourage 5 new people to watch our amazing programs. Ask 5 people to partner with CAC TV for whatever amount and make a monthly commitment. And guide 5 people to like, follow, and subscribe on CAC TV social media pages. 5 minutes, 5 people, 5 things for CAC TV. Pamoja tujenge CAC TV.
On Ruto, ukipenda daktari, ambaye amefika katika muda huu angalau kuja kuzungumza na wananchi ili aweze kuweka ajenda zake paruanja, manifesto zake zieleweke katika mjadala katika siku hii ya leo. Kwa hiyo kwa hivi sasa tutakuwa tunamsubiri. Kumbuka ni mjadala wa pili, wa kwanza umeweza kukamilika ambapo David Waiga Mwaure ameweza kueleza ajenda zake baada ya Profesa George Wajakoya kufika na baadaye kughairi kutoshiriki mjadala kwa sababu ambazo ziko nje ya uwezo wetu. Katika awamu hii ya pili itakuwa nizamu ya naibu wa rais William Samoei Ruto akiingia katika mjadala na aliyekuwa waziri mkuu Raila Amolo Odinga. Lakini kwa hivi sasa Joe Geo ni fursa ya kipekee kuweza kuzungumza naye, maana kumbuka ameweza kuandamana na watu wawili muhimu sana katika chama cha UDA wakati ule kule Kasarani, wakileta ajenda ya kwamba kama wanaafiki William Samoei Ruto kuwa mgombeaji wa urais kwa tiketi ya UDA. Yupo mama mboga mmoja aliweza kutoa swali hilo na mtu mmoja wa bodaboda akaweza kuidhinisha na kukubaliana hilo. Hivyo basi watu wao wawili ndio wale ambao wameandamana nao katika siku ya leo pamoja na mkewe na familia yake. Kwa hiyo utanipa nafasi kwa hivi sasa kwa dakika moja tuweze kuzungumza na naibu wa rais ambaye amefika hapa. Shukrani sana naibu wa rais kuweza kufika katika siku ya leo. Hii ni siku ambayo ina umuhimu sana kwa kwako, manake umesitisha kampeni zako ukasema siku ya leo ni siku ya mjadala. Ina umuhimu gani kwako, kwa chama, kwa muungano na kwa taifa?
Leo ni siku ya muhimu kwa sababu tumekuja hapa tupate nafasi ya kuongea na Wakenya. Wakenya waweze kujua tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 wataamka mapema, waende wapige kura na wajue ni kwa nini wanapiga kura, ni upande gani watapiga kura na ni kwa sababu gani. Na ndio leo ni siku ya muhimu kwa sababu tutapata nafasi na wenzangu kujieleza, kueleza manifesto yetu, kueleza misimamo yetu kuhusu mambo ya muhimu yanayowahusu Wakenya na taifa letu kwa ujumla. Tutazungumzia mambo ya uchumi hasa, tutazungumzia mambo ya vile tunaweza kuondoa njaa katika taifa letu la Kenya, vile tunaweza kupunguza gharama ya maisha, vile tutaweza kuzalisha nafasi za ajira za vijana wetu, vile tunaweza kuhakikisha kwamba wakulima wetu wanaweza kuendelea na majukumu yao, na mambo yale mengi muhimu ya matibabu, masomo ya watoto wetu, mambo ya afya. Haya ndio mambo ya muhimu, na naamini ya kwamba Wakenya wanangojea kujua ni yapi tulio nayo. Tumewazungumzia pale nyanjani, lakini leo tutapata nafasi mwafaka ya kueleza kinaga ubaga yale mambo ambayo tumepanga kwa ajili ya uongozi wa taifa letu.
Mlele pende kwa utofauti naibu wa rais ni kwamba umeandamana naibu mgombea mwenza wa chama, lakini hapa kuna watu wawili ambao walikuwa muhimu katika ule mkutano wa wajumbe wa chama cha UDA. Huyu mama ambaye aliweza kuleta swali na yule mtu wa bodaboda aweza kuidhinisha. Mbona ukawapa kipaumbele katika siku ya leo ya mjadala?
Kwa sababu nimeambatana na wao tangu tuanze hii safari. Huyu mama nilimpata kule Kiambu wakati tulienda kule kwa Economic Forum, na niliona ni mama mwenye ako na maono. Alitoa mchango wake kama vile wa mama wengi na Wakenya wengi wa tabaka mbalimbali. Karibu Wakenya 90,000 walihusika katika kutengeneza manifesto yetu ya Kenya Kwanza, na ni baadhi ya wananchi kama mama huyu na huyu mungwana ambaye pia ni mshirika wetu mkubwa katika chama cha UDA katika muungano wa Kenya Kwanza.
Pengine kwa kauli ambayo unaweza kuitumia kuweza kumalizia kwa yule hasla ambaye anatizama, anatarajia nini sasa hivi kutoka kwa kiongozi wake?
Anatarajia kujua ni vipi yeye ataweza kuweka chakula katika meza, ni vipi mtoto wake anaweza kupata ajira, ni vipi masomo yake ya watoto wake itashughulikiwa, ni vipi kilimo kitashughulikiwa na serikali inayokuja, na ni vipi anaweza kuhakikisha kwamba ako na matibabu, na ni mpango gani tulio nayo kumshughulikia ili aweze kupata matibabu bila matatizo. Naamini kwamba haya ni baadhi ya mambo Wakenya wanangojea.
Naam, kila laheri katika mjadala, kila laheri katika mjadala. Naam, naibu wa rais William Samoei Ruto daktari akisema kwamba katika siku ya leo ashazungumza mengi katika kampeni Joagio, lakini ana fursa ya kipekee kuweza kuyachanganua kwa utaratibu katika mjadala. Hivyo basi ameandamana na watu wawili ambao ni muhimu sana katika safari yake yeye kuchaguliwa na kupewa tiketi ya uwania.
And there we go. Deputy President William Ruto is already at the Catholic University of East Africa premises, and where is expected now to proceed with the second tier of the presidential debate. Not seeing the Azimio la Umoja presidential candidate Raila Odinga is a clear indication that Deputy President William Ruto is perhaps going to take the same lane as that taken in the tier 1 debate of having to debate himself, if at all the Azimio la Umoja presidential candidate does not, or rather honors his words and says he will not be able to attend this particular debate. And just coming back, to this particular discussion, of course, we've switched gears now, confirmed that Deputy President William Ruto is at the venue and will take part in this year's presidential debates. And just coming to you, Vincent, just to begin with you, what do you make of Deputy President's presence at the Queer, premises where the debate is going down in the next few minutes?
I'm not surprised because I knew he was attending, so it's not a surprise anymore. However, surprised that he has, come along with those two, call them, washirika, partners in his manifesto, or their manifesto as UDA. However, they were not there when the manifesto itself was launched, I didn't see them, clearly, but it seems to have worked with them today. So I'm not surprised that he's here. But again, he has already put out what people should expect for him to speak about. The issues of the economy, issues about his approach to improve the livelihoods of Kenyans in the health sector, in the agriculture sector. So this is basically what he had said he wished could be the issues that will come out, explicitly in the debate. But again, that's already creating an impression that this is how I want this debate to be, not the other way. Hopefully we will get to see more of the issues, even those that is not mentioned in what he expects, being brought out, because we have to look at the issues of integrity as well, the issues to corruption, the issues on loyalty, to the offices and all that. So I'm not surprised, as I said, for him coming. So we are looking forward to see what he will be able to do in that debate, and if at all, if the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition party flag bearer Raila Odinga does not appear, then he'll have a field day for himself today.
It's coming to Ogola. He's talked about, Deputy President William Ruto presence there, preempting what he expects, to be his talking point in this particular debate. Do we see a well-prepared Deputy President, or a Deputy President who now has his own agenda that he wants people to hear, apart from what we expect to be a debate?
The Deputy President is a man who clearly understands his objectives. He also understands the needs of the Kenyans, and that's why he has come to the debate clearly prepared on the specific issues that Kenyans want to hear tackled, and is also prepared to tell us how is he going to tackle them. It was expected that he would come, and that is a bold assurance to his supporters that is a man of means and is ready to sail through all the challenges regardless of the circumstances.
And different from, just remaining with you, different from what we've seen in the tier one of this particular presidential debate, and we talked about earlier on there how impactful is it for both of the candidates, whoever skipped and the one that debated, or rather had that particular discussion. As for this one, Deputy President William Ruto showing up in this particular debate, Azimio la Umoja is arch rival in this year's presidential race, not showing up. How is that going to benefit Deputy President William Ruto in his quest to become Kenya's fifth president?
Nothing will change. His absence or his presence will not change the number of voters that he's going to get. He has got a specific niche of voters who are already more serious to vote for him, and those other remaining voters also have serious candidates with whom they think are the best people, the best president who will represent their ideas. As for the Deputy President William Ruto, he is only going to make an assurance to his supporters that indeed he will remain focused on what he had told them before. He will also focus on the ideas that they presented on their manifesto. There are quite a number of his supporters who do not understand clearly the things written in his manifesto. Now here he is not coming to create a new group of voters, but is only coming to explain to the audience who already subscribe to his ideologies but do not clearly understand what they mean.
And you've heard what he's talked about, in regards to Deputy President William Ruto is not coming to seek new support, just coming to assure his supporters that this is the moment, this is the time, and I am ready to become your president. But this is also a political statement. Of course, we earlier on as we began, we played those clips there yesterday when Deputy President William Ruto was in his campaign trail saying that, I'm inviting you, Raila Odinga, come for this debate. Let us debate. I'm ready for you. But today, the Azimio la Umoja presidential candidate responds and says, I am not coming to that debate. I will not give you a platform, to make you to saint yourself in front of these Kenyans. You are a man of questionable credibility. I am not going to give you that particular platform. These are sure that there are political cards being played here, and what do you make of Azimio's La Umoja absence in this debate that we are going to have in the next few minutes?
Yeah, as I said earlier, during the first year debate, I say that competition always brings the best out of anybody, and when you have your competitor close to you and is your arch rival, and sometimes you feel it's war, it's almost war, and it's only that it's maintained that it cannot go to fist, but I expect I don't expect much because we know who the deputy president is. He's an astute debater. He knows how to come out and bring out points. Whether in the rallies, whether he knows how to bring out what he wants to say, and so I don't expect him to have an issue in bringing out what he wants to say. And we've seen even in the previous TV debates that he's had, he knows how to even convince the moderators of these debates to go his way and do what he wants them to do. But what I want to expect now is that the moderators will be able now to take charge and bring him into account in every aspect and manner, so that it becomes even fair. When we don't have you don't have your arch rival with you, and you are debating and mentioning his name, he is not there to defend himself. So the moderators now of this debate will have to make sure that they stand to bring that neutrality in the whole thing, and that is what I expect. But as Steve said, this debate is not going to bring up any new supporters to any camp. They've already decided which way to go. And now this is just going to create some fire in their bellies, so that now you decide, I'm going to give this person the vote because now I feel I understand more what they're talking about, what they stand for. I'll be able to wake up early and go vote for them because now I understand. Again, it can be used to, to remove the fire in the belly, and people feel like, I don't feel like now I have a reason to vote. But it's not going to bring a lot of change in terms of numbers.
Yeah, Mr. Gola, just coming to you, he's talked about the last moment to convince Kenyans on why they should vote for you. Deputy President William Ruto has indicated what perhaps he thinks is what will make the basis of that particular debate when he takes the stage. But what do we expect that should be articulated in that particular debate, or rather discussion, where the Deputy President William Ruto will be able now to express on how he's going to resolve the challenges facing the country? What do we expect apart from what he mentioned in regards to what he thinks is what he will bring it out?
The Deputy President is going to face a serious challenge of convincing Kenyans that he is a man of his words. Based on his past, like some other people view him, is that he is full of promises, but he is not keen on fulfilling them. That is the only challenge that he's going to face. He needs to reassure Kenyans that this is no longer a promise again, but it is a commitment that he is personally making together with the Kenya Kwanza team to ensure that they are going to make Kenyans achieve their personal desires. We all understand the things that are ailing Kenyans at the moment. The Deputy President has always been mentioning each and every issue on all his political tours around the country. For instance, he always keeps on insisting that the price of unga needs to go down. He also says that the price of the normal food commodities needs to go down. But by the end of the day, when he picks the mantle as the next president of Kenya, is he going to ensure that he does, or he brings all the necessary agencies to bring the cost of living down?
And Deputy President William Ruto is one person that is a good orator. Of course, he talks about things the way people want them to hear. And looking at what happened in the tier 1 is that Wahiga Mohora had all the time, to give his manifesto now to the people. How are we going to see a performance of deputy president, or rather presidential candidate, determined, to sink in their opponents? because you know, Deputy President is political charisma and his articulation of issues that people want to hear. In the next 1 hour, say 30 minutes, what do we expect from that interview in regards, you know, to him, you know, playing a big political game against his opponents?
It is undeniable that the Deputy President has got both intimidating and persuasive means of getting what he wants. So throughout the debate, I am quite certain that he is going to ensure that he has got sufficient time to articulate his issues to the electorates and to ensure that he convinces the undecided voters or towards his campaign trail.
Kerosi, just coming back to you as well. The next, I understand that the Deputy President William Ruto is getting ready. You know, you should be perhaps taking the stage in the next.
Yeah, he's in the holding room right now.
He's already in the holding room, just waiting to, you know, hear what the moderators will have to call next, and signifying that he's already very ready for that particular interview. But
you can see the entourage again there. You can see, you know, Untitled Chapter party leader, the governor Machakos, the Excellency Alfred Mutua. I see the current Speaker of the National Assembly there, Justin Muturi. We also saw earlier the arrival of the deputy, the running mate of UDA, that is, you know, Honorable Rigathi Gachagua. We also saw, you know, the arrival of other MPs that are in support of the Deputy President. Talk about Moses Kuria and many others. He has a big entourage, of course.
What do you make of that particular intro? You know, all these people accompanying him to this particular debate?
It gives you confidence. It gives you some warmth and know that I'm not alone in this. Really have a backup. People who are going to be with me here. Even if I sleep, they will be able to hold me up and help me move forward my point. So it always gives you that extra energy and readiness to face whatever comes your way as a challenge.
God, if you look at the people that have accompanied the DP, they are significant people, very strong, you know, leaders in the Kenya Kwanza coalition, and the DP tagging along with them. What does that mean for this particular debate?
Being in solidarity with your team always gives an extraordinary level of confidence and courage. And considering that all the people have come together to show solidarity to the Deputy President on his quest to take the mantle of leadership in Kenya, it's a way of showing courage not only to the Deputy President but also to the supporters. We are here in this together.
Yes. I'm told also Musalia Mudavadi of ANC party is just arrived
at
the Catholic University of East Africa premises there. The pictures they are coming live from the Catholic University of East Africa. And I'm trying to look at a scenario where the DP finds himself in the stage that David Wege Mora found themselves. Are we going to see, you know, a calm, collected DP who wants to, you know, show people that regardless of what I say in the rallies, I am capable of, you know, this job that you're giving me. I am responsible in what I say. I am committed, you know, to being the president of this country? Or are we going to see, you know, an outspoken, we saw what happened in the deputy presidential debate, you know, the exchanges, of course, the political attacks and all that. In the absence of ODM Azimio la Umoja presidential candidate, are we going to see a collected deputy president, or do we expect him to go, you know, that would say political violence?
We know the personality and demeanor of the Deputy President William Ruto. He is a person who can be calm at some point. He can also be agitated at some point. He can also go, you know, full throttle sometimes. So it depends on how the moderators are going to take all these debate all together, because now that we don't have a critic standing besides him, now he's going to have all the time to to speak this point. But again, as I told you, it depends with the questions and the way the moderation is going to take place, because now the journalists have to stand in the middle and ensure that there is neutrality in the whole debate. Avoid name mentioning. Although I'm very sure it's going to come out, name mentioning the president. A name will be invoked here. Of course, there's Mula Umoja, one Kenyan, party run presidential candidate's name, Raila Odinga, is going to be invoked here a couple of times. But we want to listen to the objectivity. We want to see objectivity in all matter. Bring out the points without mentioning names, without going, full throttle and trying to disdain your competitors who are not in the presence. Just try to bring out the points. So I expect a lot of articulation towards the agenda that Deputy President William Ruto and the entire Kenya Kwanza have for the people of Kenya, rather than name mentioning and sideshows and showbiz.
Ogola, what do you expect of the Kenya's DP when he takes the stage? In the way that he will carry himself.
The deputy president can be agitated, aggressive, or composed depending on the circumstances. There are those circumstances whereby he will get himself composed to explain to Kenyans what he really means for them. However, since he's a man who has always been in government or has always been in politics for a very long period of time, there are certain things that will be mentioned which will affect his articulation of issues. And that's why my colleague insists that he will have to mention some names. And by mentioning such names like the name of the current president, the name of the main opponent or the main challenger, the Azimio presidential candidate Raila Odinga, we cannot expect the debate to end without controversies. Definitely there will be a lot of controversies. His debate will be mad with a lot of issues from the beginning to the end. But by the end of the debate, Kenyans will have heard what he really means for all of us.
He is someone who is most likely, because I understand that he'll be getting into the stage in the next, say, between 5 or 10 minutes, and in that particular stage at the Catholic University of Eastern Africa. And just before we get that notification that when he gets into the stage, the deputy president is one person who doesn't shy away from even at this moment hitting the nail at the top. And exactly that is exactly what Ogola says could happen right from the start, mentioning names and trying to paint a certain perspective. Is it if at all he chooses the path of, or rather he chooses the path that I'll go in this path of political attack on maybe the president or his opponent, isn't that going to injure the message that he is expected to give to the his voters, say?
I think he'll be thoughtful on the way he's going to bring out his points, even if we know he'll try to poke holes here and there in the current regime and also his main competitor. But he'll be very thoughtful and tactful in how he's going to handle that, because he himself said that we don't want sideshows. We want to articulate points and agenda that we have for the people. Even you listen to that soundbite that we played earlier when we began. He said that even if you don't have the agenda, just come and tell us what Tialala stands for. Meaning that it's actually saying simply that we don't want sideshows. Just come and tell us what your agenda are, and we expect that from him. So if he goes out of that line, then for those people who understand what it is, they're going to question him, because you're alone. Why do you want to attack somebody who is not here? You're alone. Just take the time and explain to us what you stand for, and we'll listen to you.
Is that the same thing that you agree with?
I concur with that. Definitely the deputy president already understands that he has the full 90 minutes in football to play and score without a challenger. So you will be wise enough to ensure that instead of bringing a lot of issues here and there, he'll try to
score as many goals as possible.
Many goals as he will.
Now that he's alone on the pitch.
But there are scenarios where when you are alone now, you can also fail to score. you know.
No, I think you be tired running alone, because when you run against somebody and competing, you have some energy. But when you run alone, where are you running to? And even if you score 90 goals, who are you comparing to? You know, what contrast is there? So I think
there is no one to tackle this.
Yeah. So I think that is why we believe that he'll raise up a little bit of controversies here and there, you know, poke holes here and there, so to spice up the interview altogether. But the main thing is, what do you come here to tell us? And that is what we expect from the DP.
Yeah. Do you think the Deputy President will convince Kenyans on you know, the biggest thing that he mentioned is economic revival, and how are we going to, you know, revive this particular economic? You had David Oigamore in part of his remarks and submissions in the first year of the debate, talking about you've been in government for 10 years. What have you done for the Kenyan people? And then the Deputy President steps in here to bring in solutions to Kenyans. Are you seeing a scenario where Kenyans are going to be convinced enough that we need to elect you with the challenges that we are facing despite being in government?
The Deputy President has managed to collect a significant number of followers because he clearly understands the problems of the Kenyans, and he has a good branding to solve this problem. He will tell us that the problem is the economic crisis. We are facing an economic challenge that needs solutions. And he will tell us that the solution is bottom up. And he will tell us that the means is kazi ni kazi. You need not to choose. That's a clear campaign message that every person will understand. However, Kenyans will have a main problem with him, that he has always been there. He has always promised. What is the guarantee that this time around, these are not just but promises, like the 48 laws of power? Or challenge, convince them, persuade them, lie to them, as long as you get what you want. Now, is he going to package himself as a changed person who will not only promise and fail, or is he going to brand himself as a serious presidential candidate who, when given the opportunity, will take Kenya to the next level? By the end of the day, what Kenyans want is an ideology that will bring about national progress, national prosperity, and national posterity. If he fails in ensuring or delivering that, then he will not change any other person.
And on the contrary, if at all he manages to, he manages to give what he's supposed to give, and the lack of a challenger in that particular debate, that is the Azimio la Umoja presidential candidate, is that will that not have an injury, or rather will that not injure the candidature of the Azimio la Umoja candidate, if at all the DP delivers adequately, or rather, like who are saying, score as many goals as he can?
The Azimio presidential candidate was very clear when he said that he will not be attending the debate. He said he will look for an alternative to present his ideas to Kenyans. What matters here, if he gets the chance to show Kenyans what he believes or what he wants to take to make a change in Kenya, then the presidential candidate Ruto will not change anything. Yes.
Do you agree with that particular statement of that Ruto's debate will not injure in any way Raila Odinga's candidature?
Yeah, I think that is what we've insisted upon, that at this point in time, 2 weeks or less to the elections, nothing much is going to happen that is going to dissuade Kenyans from following who they had, decided to follow. I don't think there's much that is going to happen. But the most important thing is you get the opportunity that you have and use it properly, because you never know what that will create. Not only even in terms of giving support locally, but even internationally, because this is being watched all over. And we know there are emissaries from the international community that are particularly attending this debate today. I saw like 33 of international representatives are going to be in attendance tonight. So I don't see really much of what is going to happen, but an opportunity has arisen. Use it and give us the best, give your best out, and let the rest flow. And that is what I expect also for Honorable Odinga, that is going to happen, because he was supposed to have a concurrent town hall, but he pushed to a later date that I know is going to come up to counter what the DP should have said today.
Was that postponement of the town hall by the Azimio la Umoja tactical enough that it gives time for the presidential debate of William Ruto to go on, and then he comes back with an attack? Just coming to your Gola just quickly before we cross over live to the Catholic University of East Africa.
Politics is an issue of strategy. You have to tackle your opponent based on his weakness. The Azimio presidential candidate wanted to ensure that Ruto goes ahead.
I think the live event is already underway, so we'll have to end it at this particular point and also conclude our discussion. Maybe that contribution will make after the debate has concluded, and then we'll be reviewing it tomorrow. But Vincent Kerosi, thank you so much. Steve Ogola, political analyst and research and also a political crusader, thank you so much. And now we cross live to the Catholic University of East Africa, where the presidential debate Tier 2 is expected to happen right about now. So we cross in live and listen in to what is expected from that debate right about now. Goodbye for now.
Thank you. And extend honor to viewers watching this debate live across all of Kenya's broadcast media platforms.
The candidates in the debate have also agreed to observe the highest standards of ethics in their conduct on the debate platform. The candidates are not permitted to carry or refer to their mobile phones or to wear any listening devices, including earphones. Medically recommended hearing aids are exempt from this rule. But luckily, we have confirmed that none of the candidates is on a hearing aid.
Ethics and guidelines also remind the candidates that they shall not carry to the debate platform any written material, whether books or journals, manifestos, or any articles, including even handwritten notes.
Each candidate will have 2 minutes to make an opening statement, 2 minutes to answer a question, and 60 seconds for a rebuttal. The topics have been carefully selected after a thorough assessment of the state of our nation and the sentiments of the Kenyan voters in various parts of the country.
In line with the debate rules and best practice, the questions we shall be asking tonight have not been shared with any of the campaign teams, neither were they discussed or formulated in conjunction with anyone. The questions we shall be asking tonight are entirely our own.
An invited audience seated here in the auditorium has also agreed to the debate rules. They have been fully briefed that cheers, jeers, or any other form of noise is not permitted during the debate. The audience has also agreed to the request and requirement to maintain order and civility right through this debate.
This debate was to feature two leading presidential candidates, Raila Odinga of the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Party and William Ruto of the United Democratic Alliance, UDA. We have, however, received written notification from the Raila Odinga campaign that he shall not be taking part in this debate.
Indeed, but in keeping with the traditions of the Joint Media Presidential Debates Initiative since 2013, the debate is on. And we now make one exception to permit the audience here in the auditorium to help us welcome Dr. William Ruto, the UDA presidential candidate, to the stage.
Your Excellency Deputy President, Honorable Ruto, thank you very much for honoring Kenyans with this appearance. We shall conduct a series of question and answer, and whose topics have already been shared with you. We'll give you 2 minutes to begin with your opening statement before we go to the main thrust of the questions tonight.
Thank you very much. William Ruto, a husband, to my dear wife Rachel, who is in this audience, a father, to my children who are also joining me this evening in this debate.
the sitting Deputy President of Kenya, a presidential candidate in this election. And I have come here to participate in this debate because I have presented myself as a presidential candidate, knowing very well where our country is. We are a country that is faced with mounting challenges. We have a huge track record of what we have achieved, but there is tremendous opportunity out there for more to be achieved. I believe that this is a Mama Mboga moment. We have 5 million young people who are not working. We have 15 million Kenyans who today are blacklisted in CRB. We have 10 million citizens who have no access to credit in the micro and small enterprise sector. And I believe I am the candidate with a plan to be able to get Kenya to the next level.
Thank you, Honorable Ruto, for your opening statement. Let's get right into the first topic of discussion here tonight, and that is the cost of living, something that many Kenyans are concerned about tonight. At the moment, Honorable Ruto, we currently have 3 subsidies in place on fuel, on unga, on fertilizer, all aimed at dealing with the cost of living. Do you believe that subsidies are the way to go and are the right approach at this moment to deal with this issue?
I believe that subsidies can alleviate the problem to an extent, especially when we find ourselves in the situation where we are. My position is that we find ourselves at this port because there are certain things we didn't do right. We had a Big Four plan because we foresaw this situation. We were here in 2017. We decided then that it is proper to formulate a plan that included matters food security. If you look at the 4 pillars of the Big Four plan, one of them was agriculture and food security and nutrition. Unfortunately, that plan fell apart. It was actually sabotaged. So we find ourselves in this space because, one, we didn't capitalize our agricultural sector. We actually removed the fertilizer subsidy program that existed, which we just reinstated, I think, 3 months ago. Why did we withdraw it in the first place? Because to deal with the cost of living, you just have to increase agricultural productivity. And to increase agricultural productivity, you need to do 3 things. Number 1, make sure farmers have access to inputs, fertilizer, seeds, pesticides. Make sure the farmers have the necessary capital to be able to do the farming. And 3, make sure they have access to markets that are not rigged. Unfortunately, we didn't do that, and that's why we find ourselves in the situation we're in. So that's why in our plan, as Kenya Kwanza, we have set out with clarity what we need to do. We have put in place a 30 billion revolving fund to make sure that farmers have access to inputs. We have added a 12 billion shilling expenditure on agricultural extension, because it's not just enough to have inputs. It's also important for farmers to use the latest information on how to get our farming right and increase the productivity of every farmer. And the statistics show with access to fertilizer, with access to certified seed, with access to capital, a farmer who produces 5 bags can produce 15. So we can actually double, if not triple, our agricultural output. What that means is that the 2 million farmers who today are net importers of food themselves can actually produce surplus. And we can make sure that we have sufficient supply that ensures that the prices are reasonable for everybody. So the real solution to the cost of living, especially on matters food, because we all understand the biggest contributor to the high cost of living is the cost of food. The average expenditure of families is 52% of their income. In fact, poorer families spend between 60 and 65% of their income on food. So dealing with the cost of food significantly deals with the challenge of high cost of living.
Honorable Deputy President, if I may just interject, what you said today has also been said by you before. In the first term of your administration, you pledged the same, that you are going to deal with agriculture, you're going to support farmers, and that's when the first fertilizer subsidy was rolled in before it was embroiled in scandal. And you'd also promised the Galana Kulalu project. When you say today that the food security aspect of the Big Four agenda was sabotaged, what exactly do you mean? What failed in the Big Four agenda with regards to food security?
Precisely that. It was sabotaged.
By who and how?
Because you know as well as I do that we never got to implement that plan. Immediately we changed course, and the whole Big Four plan was shelved. And we went on a tangent because of the handshake equation. We went to handshake, to BBI, and the rest is history. We didn't get the time to do what we had promised the people of Kenya to do. In fact, immediately thereafter, I tried, like has been tradition for me, to support my boss. And many times, I tried to push the Big Four plan to the extent that my boss, the president, asked me that he wanted to do things differently. And he requested that he wanted to assemble a different group of people to help him deliver on what he wanted to be the legacy of the fourth president. And unfortunately, the Big Four suffered a big blow because the whole of that program did not take place.
Galana Kulalu project, Honorable Deputy President, was launched during the first term. What happened? What went wrong? Why did it fail?
The Galana Kulalu project was conceived. In fact, what happened is the first 10,000, the pilot on the first 10,000 program took place. In fact, the first harvest of maize in that program came into being. And the recommendations from the trial on that project was we needed to build a dam because the water from the river was not sufficient to do the Galana Kulalu project. We needed to scale up now and do the dam so that the water that was available, because the soils research and the trials showed that the soils could actually support the production of maize and other cereals. Unfortunately, it didn't move from there because we didn't get the dam sorted. And you know that we had actually 57 dams that we would have wanted to do. Unfortunately, they didn't happen. They suffered.
So why didn't you do the dams, Honorable Deputy President? And the former ambassador of Israel to Kenya also said that they were facing frustration in supporting the Kenyan government on this. Why did you not do the dams? Why did you not go ahead with the implementation of the Galana Kulalu project?
The Galana Kulalu project, as I have told you, was part of a wider plan to make sure that we move our agricultural productivity from rain-fed to irrigation. And it was not just about Galana Kulalu, it was a series of other dams, including what we call the High Grand Fall dams that was supposed to feed into the lower part of the Tana. It was Lowat Dam in Turkana. It was Radat Dam in Baringo. There was a big plan around that was now supposed to roll into place with now our targeted, because our second term was targeted at agricultural productivity and food security. And we had now made it the deliverable for our second term. And as I have told you, our second term program ran into headwinds.
Honorable Ruto, just to continue to understand Galana Kulalu, because that was a big project that, had it have succeeded, might have solved quite a few of the issues we have with respect to food security. The Auditor General conducted a report and cited weaknesses in the contracting of it. First, that there was single sourcing, and that even the manner in which the contract itself was done, in terms of payments that were tied to the contractor. And so raising a number of issues around the manner in which the contract itself was put together, that then states that this was something that was going to fail anyway. And so what's your response to that with respect to the manner in which contracting is done in this country, particularly with Galana Kulalu, which is a big project under the first term of the Jubilee administration, of which you are a part?
I quite agree that issues were raised around the contract, and that is why the contract actually was shelved with a balance. It didn't go the full hog, because when those issues were identified, it led to the contract being stopped so that those issues could be addressed. But by the time it was getting there, already the trials had been done, the pivots had been set up, the first crop had been harvested, and we already had the template on what actually needed to be done, because the contract, the initial contract, was for the first 10,000 acres. The real contract was for the 1 million acres, which was really the target for food production. But as I have told you, that is not the only project we were looking at for food production. And let me also say that even without the implementation of the Galana Kulalu, supporting the farmers as they are today would still guarantee us a situation where we would not be in the situation we are in. Today, for the first time in Kenya, the price of unga has gone to 230 in some cases. It's never been that bad. I must say, as a former Minister for Agriculture, serving under President Kibaki, I am the minister who assembled the infrastructure that provide subsidy on fertilizer. And we saw an increase of 5 million bags of maize when we rolled that plan. When that plan was, when the subsidy, fertilizer subsidy was cancelled 2 years ago, that is why we are where we are. We are not here because Galana failed. We are here because we didn't do what we needed to do with our farmers the way they are today. What Galana Kulalu was supposed to give us is actually that extra production that would even make it possible for Kenya to export. There is absolutely no reason why Kenya today is spending 12 billion shillings to import maize from Uganda or from Tanzania. We should be net exporters of maize, for example, but we are not. And the reason why we are not is because our agricultural sector is undercapitalized. We have removed the support that farmers always had. And that is why, for the first time, because of the things we didn't do, because of the removal of the fertilizer subsidy, for the first time, the price of unga has gone to 230.
Honorable Deputy President, you say that a lot was done in the first term, and that is why we got to a point where in 2017 we still had rise in food prices.
In 2017, it was specifically because of drought. And for your information, the prices of flour, maize flour, went to 140. It didn't go to 230. That's the whole difference.
However, then,
even in the situation of drought in 2017, what the debate then was, 2 kilogram packet of maize was retailing at 140. Today, it is retailing at 230 because compounded with the drought, we just did not produce as we should have produced because we didn't support the farmers the way we have always supported the farmers.
Honorable Ruto, I'd like to speak about another issue that is a contributing factor to the cost of living, and that is the high cost of fuel in the country. What do you propose to do with that? Because there's also a current subsidy in place for that. What do you think is the solution to the rising cost of fuel, which, as you know, drives the cost of a number of other products?
I think the first thing that we need to do is to look at the taxes, because 50% almost of the cost of fuel in Kenya is taxes. I think it's time, as a country, we looked at, I think there are 15 different taxes on fuel. And I think it's time we relooked at how else do we raise revenue.
Which taxes would you be proposing to remove from fuel, the cost of fuel?
I think majority of the taxes that are in that bracket, I think there are almost 15 different taxes that are there. I do not have the specifics, but those 15, I think we need to interrogate these 15 different taxes. Which ones can we put aside so that, like other countries, we can limit the taxation on fuel? Take, for example,
let me ask, yeah. Yes, okay,
take, for example, VAT.
Correct.
I think we need to rethink taxation, VAT taxation on fuel. That was the latest inclusion of taxes on fuel. And I think it was very controversial.
Yeah, Honorable Ruto, VAT on petroleum products was indeed controversial. Let me take you back to 2013 when VAT was imposed on this as a condition by IMF. At the time, then Majority Leader Aden Duale said, and I quote, "The 181 members have been convinced by our party leader and our deputy party leader on the rationale of 8% VAT on petroleum products." He went on to say, 181 is a very big number and we will convince our members from the NASA side. So you, at this point in the year 2015, I believe, when this was passed, were pushing for 8% to be added on VAT. Today, you are saying you want to abolish VAT on petroleum products. Why should Kenyans believe you today?
Why wouldn't they? I mean, we live in a dynamic country, and it's only fools who don't change their mind. If you are in a situation where the price of fuel has gone to 160, I mean, it's time to think. I mean, when this VAT was imposed, then the price of fuel was under 100.
Honorable Ruto, when the VAT was imposed, it was at the time a condition by IMF when we were seeking a precautionary facility. Today we find ourselves in the exact same position with a third tranche of an IMF facility, and once again they are calling for the same issue that we are facing with VAT then is the same one we are facing now. And at the point, IMF has in fact said that we do not need to be removing taxes on petroleum products. So with an IMF facility already in place, are you then saying you are going to go back to the IMF and renegotiate the terms of that loan that is already in place regarding IMF VAT on fuel products?
What's wrong with negotiating with IMF? I think any reasonable government, looking at the situation where we are, looking at the cost of living and how many Kenyans are every day sinking below the poverty line, I think it takes a courageous government to sit down with our development partners, and they are fairly reasonable people, and have a discussion. And I think they are, if not 8%, we need to renegotiate on some of the items that are outstanding. And apart from looking at that, there are other instruments that we can deploy. For example, we have the fuel subsidy fund. We need to think about how that fund is being used, how we are deploying it. Are we deploying it correctly? Is it giving us value? And what changes can be made? We need an open and frank conversation with our development partners who support us. And to the best of my knowledge, they are not unreasonable. They are reasonable people, and they can entertain a conversation on negotiating some of the terms that have been offered to us.
Honorable Ruto, I think that will take us into our second conversation tonight, and that is on the issue of national debt. And I'd like to pick up just where you left off. You say our partners, are open to renegotiation. However, on the matter of renegotiating our debt, Honorable Ruto, you just last week in an interview with the international press said you will not be entertaining discussions around renegotiating our debt. In fact, with respect to your competitor who is not here with us today, when he brought up the issue, you in fact called his statement on that condescending and reckless. Mr. Deputy President, are you tonight changing your position and saying you will renegotiate and seek to restructure our debt?
Not at all. I still believe, as I stand here, that it is reckless for anybody to say we cannot pay our debts. I believe that we have what it takes to pay our debts. And mark you, what we were discussing about VAT is very different from negotiating our debts.
But it is tied to the IMF facility, which is a loan.
It's completely different.
How so?
What we cannot entertain as a country is a position that we cannot pay. We are in a position that we can't service our debt. We cannot. We need to go out there and renegotiate our debt. I think that would send the wrong signal. What I would do on matters to do with the debt, we have a plan as Kenya Kwanza on how to manage debt. Number one, we have said we will first slow down, put the brakes on borrowing. Number two, we will put brakes on unbudgeted projects. In fact, that is the biggest source of our problem. Projects that are not within the budget, so that we cannot keep our fiscal deficit at what we have committed, 5% or 5.9%. Number three, we need to raise our revenues. And I have said openly that we have areas that we believe that we can raise our revenue. For example, we collect 52% of all collectible VAT. Just by automation and computerization, we can actually raise 95% of all collectible VAT. That would give us an extra 450 billion Kenya shillings. And added on to that, if you raise that kind of VAT, you can equally raise from corporate tax an additional 200, maybe 150 billion shillings. So there is room to raise additional funding, additional revenue for us to manage our debt without necessarily going to say we're going to negotiate our debt.
So I hear you saying that our national debt as it stands today is manageable.
Our debt today is a challenge. We need to deal with it. We are not sitting pretty. We are living, if I may say, we are living beyond our means. And that is why I am saying that we should stop this borrowing spree. Let me give you, in our first term, we borrowed 2.2 trillion. From 2017, our handshake brothers have borrowed 4.2 trillion. That's what's the source of concern. And it's not a source of concern to me. It's a source of concern to Kenyans as well. And it's even a source of concern to our development partners. They are beginning to raise issues about our debt. And more so, the trajectory of continued borrowing. So that's why I'm saying our administration will first slow down on borrowing, remove unbudgeted projects, because that's the biggest incentive, and then go back to raising our own revenue.
Do you have figures that you are targeting? When you say remove unbudgeted projects, how much are we talking about? When you say slow down on borrowing, from what amount to what amount are you talking about?
When you look at our fiscal deficit, all right, there are too many projects that are not in the that are not budgeted for. For example, the Uhuru Gardens Museum. You don't see it anywhere in government budgets, but it's been built. So these are the kind of projects.
Do you know how much?
That,
for example, in the last financial year,
we've spent close to 15 billion in that project.
In the last financial year, Honorable Deputy President,
yes.
Do you know how much of unbudgeted projects we spent?
Actually, unbudgeted projects are in the region of 100 billion. Unbudgeted projects. And that is what is spiraling our borrowing. And I'm saying that our first, and that's why if you go today to the website of the Ministry of Finance, you will hardly find any paperwork there. You will hardly find any, because there are too many projects that cannot be accounted for that are being done without a budget line. If you look at the expenditure on contingency fund, which is supposed to spend only up to 5% of the budget, sometimes it goes to 50% of the budget. So that is where we need to apply the brakes. And we are saying clearly, we not only have a plan on slowing down on borrowing, we also have a plan on raising revenue in targeted areas, areas that would give us much more resources to run our budget, number one, and two, to also manage our repayment. And in that particular instance, you may want to know that almost 80% of all our borrowing is actually domestic, which means we are also hurting our own enterprises locally. Access to credit becomes a big challenge. We must think of how we must slow down on borrowing locally and see how we can externalize government borrowing. And it doesn't have to be borrowing. Some of the programs, we must get the stock exchange to take up some of the areas of raising revenue. The stock exchange is a wonderful instrument. We saw it when we were selling the shares of Safaricom. Safaricom was looking for 50 billion. They got 250 billion. It tells you there is a lot of money out there. If we used different instruments, how do we use the different instruments of raising capital for long-term investment using the instruments we have, revenue, and using the stock exchange? So these are avenues that are available for us to be able to take our development forward and minimize on borrowing.
Honorable Ruto, while we stay on the issue of national debt for a moment, for decades the Treasury has refused to make public contracts that have been signed with some of our lenders like the Exim Bank of China or the China Development Bank. You've been part of a government that has refused to make this information public. Why?
Those contracts and agreements, in accordance with the Constitution, are public documents. And the public have a right to know and to have access to that information. The fact that that information is not being made public is against the Constitution. So, under
but yet,
the
Mr.
Kenya
Deputy
Kwanza
President, you have not. This is something that you could do. You are the Deputy President of this Republic. Is this not something you could do or make happen?
When you are Deputy President, I'm sorry you've not been one. You would understand. You would understand to what extent you can do things. And let me give you an example. Many people did not see the mettle of Mwai Kibaki until he was president. When he became president, he made a sterling job of being president. All along, everybody thought he was a lackluster performer. I am undertaking to the people of Kenya that given a chance to be president, things will be different in Kenya.
So let me ask this just one more time. You are the sitting Deputy President of this. You say this should have happened constitutionally, but it did not. Was this not something that came up in cabinet meetings? That at least we've not seen you protest about this particular matter, because debt transparency and debt, what we owe and who we are paying is something that taxpayers should know. So if you are saying this is something that should have happened but didn't, why would Kenyans believe you when you say that this is something you will do if elected president?
Because I have never been president before. This is the first time I am vying to be president. And this is the first time I will occupy the high office of president. This is when the buck will stop with me.
Are you saying, Mr. Deputy President, that in the last 9 years, you have sat in cabinet meetings and expressly said that you'd like the contracts details to be released to the public?
I will not tell you whatever discussions took place in cabinet, because
we are seeking to understand, Your Excellency,
because
is what role
it is
you
not,
played
it is not
in
my
making
place.
sure that the government that you serve is actually adhering to the Constitution and several court orders.
Whenever it was available for me to take a position, I have always taken a position. And I have taken many positions. Sometimes that did not look very popular, if you may. And I have taken very firm positions in cabinet. And I have taken very firm positions in the public. And I think people of Kenya know me not as a coward. They know that I take what I believe in, and I take positions. I am saying here that every contract signed by the government of Kenya is a public document, and it should be available to the public.
The question of the SGR contract was raised even in the first term of your administration. It has never been made public. Mr. Deputy President, you don't have any record, any public record of you saying that these contracts should be made public. Why?
You see, as Deputy President, there is so much that you can do. In fact, my role, my oath of office has 4 functions. Number 1, I swear allegiance to the people of Kenya and to the Republic, to discharge every responsibility given to me by the Constitution and the law. And number 3, to advise whenever required. That's the language of the Constitution. Whenever required, the President on matters that he requires advice. And number 4 is to serve people equally and fairly. So I have discharged that responsibility to the best of my ability. And I have made my position in regard to the contracts very well known to the right officers. It is not a matter I would have wanted to take it in public for purposes of making sure that the government is functional.
All right, I have just one last question on this before we move to our next topic of discussion, because you've informed us about, from what I understand, and you can correct me, Honorable Ruto, about the limited sort of powers of the Deputy President. Is that what you're saying in respect to making these contracts public? You said, and I quote, "I can only do so much as a Deputy President."
Absolutely.
Okay. However, in previous television interviews, you have stated that you and the President remain accountable for everything that has been done for this. So which is it, Mr. Deputy President? Are you responsible for not making these contracts public, because you in the past have said that you and the President remain accountable and should be asked about everything that happens in this country?
Precisely, that's why you're asking me, and I have answered you. I have said clearly that to the extent that my duty as Deputy President is concerned, I have discharged my responsibility. I have given advice to my boss on many issues, including that particular issue. So I have given him my advice, enumerating very well that it is the constitutional position that every contract is made public. I have given that advice to the President as is required of me. So, but you know, the buck stops with the boss.
Honorable Deputy President, let's now move to the next topic of our conversation this evening, and this will be on a matter of national security. You were recently in Elgeyo-Marakwet County, where you promised the people of Kerio Valley that you would do everything in your power to secure them. You've also been visiting other parts of this country, Marsabit, Baringo, Samburu, Laikipia, West Pokot. More than 300 people have died in the last 7 months alone in this country, killed by armed bandits. Livelihoods are lost. Children have not gone to school. Children have been killed. Kerio Valley residents have even petitioned the UN Secretary General, saying that their government has failed to provide them with security. In your manifesto, you say that security is a cornerstone of protecting people's livelihoods. Why has the government of Kenya, in which you've served as an assistant minister, as a minister, as a deputy president, been unable to secure the people of these counties?
I quite agree with the feeling of many Kenyans. In fact, it's yesterday. It's not even last week. It's yesterday. I was in Elgeyo Marakwet, and one of the leaders there told us we have buried 114 people in that neighborhood. So it is indeed a live and serious matter. You have seen me in when we came into office in 2016. I called all the leaders from Baringo, Elgeyo Marakwet, Pokot, Samburu, and we had a serious leaders meeting in my office in Karen. And because of that meeting, for about 3 years, we went round, we mobilized all the governors, and we provided National Police Reserve in all those areas. And the situation was under control. But when we came into the handshake arrangement, a false narrative, very unfortunate false narrative was rolled out that, oh, all these National Police reservists in Elgeyo Marakwet, in Baringo, in West Pokot, were actually a militia that William Ruto would use at some point. And all the National Police Reserve were withdrawn. A very reckless act. And with the withdrawal of the National Police Reserve, the situation went south. And that is why I was saying yesterday in Elgeyo Marakwet that we will do whatever it takes. And today, there is a program to build security outposts. And I'm saying, whatever it takes, even if it means bringing the military and military installations to support the police in some of these areas. In fact, you just reminded me, yesterday I overflew a huge tract of land where 3 years ago I was standing there and it was all maize. Yesterday, they haven't planted there for the last 3 years because of insecurity. So insecurity is not only causing our children not to be in school, it is causing starvation, it is causing death. Yet people want to treat it casually.
But Honorable
let me tell you, let me just allow
in the last 3 years, Mr. Deputy President, you have not spoken out about the issue in Kerio Valley. You have not said anything about the killings that have been taking place, like they told you, 150 people buried this year. You spoke about it only yesterday. Where have you been in the last 6
I have
months?
always been there. In fact, if you go and ask those people in those regions, I have always been present. We have buried many of those people with our own money. We've taken many of those people to hospital with our own money. I have deployed my personal resources to deal with that situation because I know it was a political political agenda. You know, the withdrawal of the National Police Reserve was really an unfortunate act. But because it was intended to punish William Ruto, you know, never mind that many people lost their lives, is a real tragedy. But that is the nature of our politics in Kenya.
Honorable Ruto,
unfortunately.
Honorable Ruto, you're saying that was done to punish you?
What other explanation would you have? You go withdraw security personnel in the whole of that whole region, you know, you subject people to...
How would that punish you, Honorable Ruto?
Because I am the one who had led the whole, in fact, I am the one who had taken charge. In fact, I was there every 2 weeks in that region. I was there every 2 weeks. I am the one who mobilized the resources. I am the one who mobilized the security men, the identification of the National Police Service. And so it looked like it was about me. It was never about me.
Did you mobilize those resources on a personal basis or as Deputy President?
As Deputy President.
So why would your government punish the Deputy President?
You live in Kenya, my good friends.
And I am failing to understand it, sir.
And you know...
Are you telling the people of Kerio Valley that 150 of them have been buried this year alone just because a government is punishing the Deputy President?
Not just that. The Kimwarer and the Aror dams were cancelled intentionally to punish my supporters. That's it.
We will come to that, sir. You, as the Deputy President, consume intelligence reports. Tell us, over the last 30 years, what is it that has led to this continuous cycle of violence in Kerio Valley, in Baringo, in Samburu, in West Pokot, even going as far as Marsabit County? What causes this, and what will you do, knowing the intelligence that you have?
The biggest contributor to the situation we have in those regions is competition for resources, competition for water, competition for pasture, general matters of education, and precisely the reason why we had a plan on Radat Dam to provide the water for the whole of that belt. Aror, Kimwarer, Lowat. These are dams that my thinking was, if we provide water in these areas, we can sufficiently roll out irrigation. For your information, that whole Kerio belt where people are fighting, it is a granary. We have the best mangoes from that region. We have very good soya that can be grown in that region. The only impediment is water, access to water. And there are enough rivers to be tapped. My solution to the whole of that region is twofold. Let us provide water for livestock. Let us provide water for irrigation. And let us get schools developed, as well as making sure that we provide road infrastructure. That's why we rolled out the road from Parbelo, cutting across that region, to come out on the other side in a place called Marich Pass, through Tot, through Chesongoch, and now there was also the road that was supposed to connect Kapedo from the other side of Turkana coming to Nakuru. Opening up that area is the solution. Opening up that area in terms of infrastructure and opening up that area in terms of water infrastructure will provide the solution. Unfortunately, there are people who don't see it that way.
So you say that the Aror Kimorel Dam, you've recently said that you are going to complete it should you be elected president.
Yes.
Why did it fail?
I will. Yes, I will. It didn't fail. It was made to fail. I mean, let me tell you.
As the Deputy President, sorry sir to just interject, as a Deputy President, and like I started by saying, you've been minister before, you've been an assistant minister, we are talking about violence that has been taking place for decades. not just in the term that you've been deputy president. So this is not about you being punished now, unless you're telling us that for a long time, there are people that have been scheming to punish William Ruto by killing the people of Kerio Valley.
That's not what I'm saying. I am saying we had a solution. We had close to 5,000 National Police Reserve. In fact, we'd even moved a step forward to provide armored vehicles to make sure that we can follow whoever these criminals are, right? We had a plan. Unfortunately, that plan was frustrated. And you know, the plan was, let's provide a National Police Reserve. Then, let us construct the roads. Then, let's provide water infrastructure. And then, let's provide school infrastructure. That way, you ease out people from that situation where they are today to a new environment where they appreciate education, they have food to eat, their animals have water and pasture, and then you can develop that region. In fact, in my mind, that's where the future of Kenya is, because we have huge tracts of land in that region. And the fact that people have been fighting in that region forever doesn't mean that they should continue fighting. We should find a solution.
Honorable Ruto, let's go back to the issue of water, and you've mentioned the Kimwarer and Aurora dams. And you say that as well was cancelled to punish you?
That was cancelled for political reasons.
For political reasons. Well, some of the allegations that have been made, by the DPP in court is that payments were made contrary to the law. They were not processed through the consolidated fund. That in fact, this was all done to ensure that there were kickbacks, that the government made advance payments, including 11 billion shillings in excess of unnecessary debt to, this is what they're saying, which prosecutors say were to go to, friends and co-conspirators of the scheme. If this is what you allege, are you alleging tonight, Honorable Ruto, that there is a big conspiracy between the DPP, between the courts, and also politically with respect to the Aurora and Kimwarer dams that are now in court?
For your information, Aurora and Kimwarer was signed at the same time with other government projects, signed by the same companies, funded by the same financiers, and they were signed not with me, witnessed by the President of Kenya. So these are not projects that were cooked at night or in some dark corner, right? How come that the only projects that did not go through is Aurora and Kimwarer? All the others went through. That's number one. Number two, today, the government of Kenya is in court because the contractor, with all those allegations that have been made, the contractor has gone to court to demand payment of another 12 billion shillings. I mean, that should concern everybody.
There are also suspects in court, Honorable Ruto.
Pardon?
There are also local suspects in court over the matter.
Forget about the court matter here. The contractors are in court in London, and the government of Kenya is already replying to the case in court, and they cannot afford to make it public because it's embarrassing. Why did the contractor not continue with the project? Because he was denied the land where to set up the dam, and that was an undertaking by the government of Kenya that we're giving you a contract, we're going to give you land, we're going to give you this infrastructure for you to carry out, for you to build the dam. And the reason given then was that, the dam was going to be in a forest. How many dams are in the forest? We have Yamo Dam. We have Yamo Dam in the forest. We have many other dams in the forest. So, I think we have to be honest with ourselves, and that's why I am looking forward to the day somebody will step forward and actually tell the country How will the government of Kenya lose 20 billion shillings that was supposed to build Aror and Kimwarer, and yet there is nothing on the ground? What was this? What was this sinister motive?
Do you believe money was lost?
I don't believe any money was lost. And even if money was lost, people should be taken to court.
But you said around 2019 that it was 7 billion shillings that was lost.
No,
and not
I
the
didn't say
21
that
was
was being
alleged by the DPP.
I didn't say that. Check my statement. I am very clear about what I said. I said 7 billion shillings was paid. Right? That's what I said. And for your information, I said that 7 billion shillings that was paid was actually insured. The reason we should be asking is, why hasn't the person, the company who insured that money, why haven't they been asked to pay? Because the company that insured that 7 billion is a well-connected company. That's why the demand letter has not been put to them.
So what you're alleging...
And you see, Kenyans will one day really marvel at what really happened in this Kimwarer and Aror Dam. You will be shocked.
Tell us what really happened, because what it sounds like is you're alleging the investigating authorities, the DPP, the courts. There are suspects in court at the time, including former Cabinet Secretary Rotich, who I believe was charged afresh a couple of months ago over this issue. If this is all politically instigated, are you then saying that all of these authorities, different arms of government, are conspiring against you, from investigators to the DPP to the courts, to punish you, Honorable Ruto?
Let me ask you. That matter has now been in court for 4 years. It has not moved an inch. It's been dancing. You know, this person today you're being charged. Tomorrow, no, remove this person. The next day, remove this person. The next day, change the charges, because somebody is actually waiting for another government to come and carry the shit. Unfortunately. And that's what is going to happen. That's why that case has never moved an inch. Mention after mention, after story after story. I mean, surely, how can we lose 7 billion, another 12 billion that is going to be incurred by this government? And it's an act of political convenience.
You just said we didn't lose 7 billion.
No, I'm just saying, eventually we will. I mean, if it is not sorted out. And that's why I'm saying, when I come into office, I will make sure that the money is not lost. And I will make sure that the impediment imposed on this project, we will provide the land. The contractor will build the dam, and we will move ahead.
To conclude the matter of national security, I think we'll also touch on constitution implementation here. Over the last 9 years, Deputy President, you have been chairing the Intergovernmental Budget and Economic Council. The Constitution establishes, under Article 204, the Equalization Fund, which was meant to fast-track development in some of these marginalized areas, the ones we've been talking about, and many others, to help them with water, roads, health, education projects. Why has this fund never been operationalized?
Two things. My chairmanship of the Intergovernmental Budget and Economic Council extends to a limit. The issue you have raised about Equalization Fund is actually in the ambit of the summit, which is chaired by somebody else, right? As chairman of the Intergovernmental Economic and Budget Council, in fact, governors listening to me today, they know that we did a perfect job, especially when it came to transfer of functions, a function that was supposed to take 3 years. We made sure that we worked day and night because we wanted to get devolution rooted and moving. We completed that exercise in a record 1 year instead of 3 years. We have since worked with county governments, and many of the governors will tell you that I have provided leadership as chair of the council on every matter, whether it was grants, whether it was matters to do with conditional grants, whether it was making sure that there is a balance between what goes to national government and what goes to county governments. The whole of that trajectory, whether the issues to do with settling matters with the former local government authorities, assets, liabilities, I have been working on that with many governors, and we have made tremendous progress, including the final one that we concluded the other day, where counties now, as entities, can borrow money. As entities, like Laikipia County is the first that is going to have the leverage to borrow money. So I have a track record on what I have done.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman of IBEC. Now let me ask the question to the Deputy President. Why has the Equalization Fund never been operationalized 12 years after the promulgation of the Constitution?
The Equalization Fund,
window.
As Deputy President I can answer, the Equalization Fund, halfway through, there was a big argument between who will implement this Equalization Fund, because it was under the national government. The counties argued that because there are 14 listed counties to benefit from this fund, why don't we give this money to the counties? Then there was a problem of trying to get the regulations on how this fund would work out. And it dragged on the contestation as to, and some projects were implemented, some water projects were implemented, some road projects were implemented. But the argument continues to be who should. At some point, the law was actually changed to include counties beyond the 14. And that became another big argument. And I accept that we should have done better on the Equalization Fund. And that is why I have made a commitment in our manifesto that that Equalization Fund, whatever the balance of the time that is left, we will make sure that we devolve it to counties. In my belief, the counties are better placed to run that fund than the national government.
Thank you, Honorable Ruto. I'd like us to move to the next topic of discussion here tonight, and that is constitution and governance. 13 years since the adoption of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, citizens continue to complain about non-effective implementation and a weak culture of constitutionalism. Honorable Ruto, which part of the Constitution of Kenya do you think has not been implemented with fidelity, and why?
I think we should sort out the two-third gender rule. I think we owe it to the people of Kenya, and especially to the women of Kenya, that this part of the Constitution is implemented. I believe that we need to sort out certain matters to do with devolution, like the one I have said, the Equalization Fund. I think it was wrongly put under national government. It should go to the counties. I also believe that there are functions that should not have been made contingent or shared functions between the national government and the county government. Local authorities, regional authorities, for example. Those are functions that we should either agree to be managed by counties jointly or to be subsumed into county governments. If it is Kerio Valley, how do we split it so that the counties in the Kerio Valley we have a Kerio Valley Development Authority. Should that be managed by the national government? I don't think so. I think it should be managed by the counties in the Kerio Valley. So these are some of the functions that I think we need to clarify. We need to complete the implementation of the Constitution. I have raised, for example, the matter of the Judiciary Fund. I think we have wasted too much time in implementing the Judiciary Fund. After I pushed so hard, this year, 1st of July, the Judiciary Fund was operationalized because I have been talking about it for the last year and a half. So these are some of the sections that I believe that we should be able to conclude the implementation of the Constitution.
Let's go back to the two-thirds gender principle. In your view, why did we fail in terms of getting this since 2010?
I think, speaking for myself, I have made a commitment, and I know it's doable, to make sure the two-thirds gender rule is realized. There are different proposals. There are proposals that require constitutional change. There are some that do not require constitutional change. And I have assembled a team of very competent constitutional lawyers to look at how we can have a framework in 90 days of our government, and within 1 year, make sure it is implemented. And it's not necessarily for purposes of the women of Kenya. It is for the benefit of everybody. The fact that we do not have as many women leaders is actually a negative for us. There is something we are losing. The women leadership component that is not in our arithmetic is actually taking away from us. I believe that having women leaders would actually enrich our governance and our leadership as a nation. And that's why, for example, when these matters came up in the BBI discussion, I vehemently opposed the fact that women were being removed from the National Assembly, where the substantive financial issues are being decided, and they were being relegated to the Senate. So I was wondering how a right that had been given to the women of Kenya in the National Assembly could be withdrawn, and they are hoarded into the Senate. So that is my commitment to the women of Kenya.
Also, on the Judiciary Fund that you've mentioned, you said you will operationalize it. But the judiciary is, by dint of the Constitution of Kenya, independent. So what is this exactly that you will do that operationalizes this fund?
You see, independence can be undermined by financial resources. The reason why the judiciary has been raising this issue over and over is because, much as they have their independence, their financial requirements are still subject to other pieces of legislation, which is against the Constitution. The Judiciary Fund is supposed to draw resources directly from the Consolidated Fund. Once approved by Parliament, that should be it. And in fact, because of the push that I have had on the Judiciary Fund for the last 1.5 years, it was actually operationalized in June.
So you do have some influence, Honorable Ruto, within this government.
If you look at, I have been pushing in the public, because that's what I said. When I said I'm going to set up the Judiciary Fund, I think somebody decided to say, this fellow is pushing too hard. Let us implement this Judiciary Fund so that he loses this card. He cannot take it to the people of Kenya. I
so
don't
you
mind
do
that.
have some influence.
We have achieved it anyway.
So you have some influence, Honorable Ruto? Because previously, in this conversation... Of
course I have influence.
But in this conversation previously, you have said there's limits to what the Deputy President can do.
I have influence nationally on pushing agendas. I may not have...
Such as disclosure of SGR
as Deputy President. I didn't push the Judiciary Fund as Deputy President. I pushed it as a leader.
Why couldn't you do that then for a number of the other issues that we have discussed here tonight, that you have said You did not have influence over.
I have pushed back, for example, on the issue of the BBI. I pushed back heavily. And I deployed a lot of influence. And actually, by God's grace, we managed to stall it. Our competitors are saying they are going to go back to it immediately after the election. But I think it was a complete waste of resources, and it was actually not made in good faith, because a constitutional change that seeks to undermine the independence of the judiciary is a dangerous constitutional change. A constitutional change that seeks to subsume the executive and the legislature and take us back to where we were in the Nyayo days is actually taking us back, not taking us forward. And that is why I made my position very clear in the public domain.
Honorable Ruto, do you believe in the independence of the judiciary?
Pardon?
Do you believe in the independence of the judiciary?
I don't know how to answer you. In fact, if there is one person who has fought for the independence of the judiciary, it is William Ruto. I am the only person with a few of my friends who stood up to the so-called ombudsman that was supposed to be injected into the judiciary, appointed by the executive to supervise the judiciary, something I totally disagree with.
You talk about you being the biggest defender. However, the administration which you have served since 2013 has been cited several times for disobeying court orders. Let me give you one example, or a few. Former Air Force commander waiting for 6 years to be restored to his rank and given 71 million shillings compensation. NYS service official injured in the line of duty, yet to receive 3.6 million shillings by the courts. There is a number of those, including the matter involving the swearing in of judges. This is an administration in which you sit. In fact, former Chief Justice David Maraga has often lamented the executive's disregard of court orders. You are the second in command of the executive and of the Republic of Kenya. What are your thoughts then around the independence of the judiciary, and why have there been so many court orders disobeyed under your watch as Deputy President?
Two things. I am an ardent believer in the independence of the judiciary. When the judiciary issued a ruling nullifying our election, I went out of my way to persuade my boss for us to go back and do the election again. Because much as we criticized that judgment, because we believed that we had won that election fair and square, but because of our commitment and belief in the judiciary, we still obeyed the dictates of the judiciary. That's one. You have raised incidences where, of course, judgments have been entered against government and they have not been sorted out. And I quite agree. And in fact, that was one area we identified even as we developed our manifesto. If you look at our manifesto, we have squarely identified that as an issue, that we cannot continue this situation where government leads in disobeying orders.
Honorable Ruto, yes, that's indeed a good matter for me to interject. Just hang on one second, Honorable Ruto. Yet you have sat in that administration which has defied court orders. We haven't heard you raise issue on that. And in fact, now that you brought up the 2017 Supreme Court petition, you were rather unhappy with the Supreme Court judges. You called them those 6 people. You called them Wakora. Does that demonstrate respect for the judiciary?
In fact, I had occasion to have a one-on-one with Maraga. And I told Maraga, an incident when I first came into Parliament. I met Paul Muite, a seasoned lawyer and a legislator, and he told me this, which has really stuck in my mind. He told me, young man, when I first became a member of Parliament in 1997, 98 actually. So he told me, when you support a government, it also includes criticizing that government when it goes wrong. So part of supporting a system is pointing out when you think they are not doing the right thing.
Criticizing them is one thing, Honorable Ruto, but calling them wakora, which means conmen? Do you believe that the Supreme Court judges of 2017 were conmen and women?
I would want to understand in what context that wakora thing you have mentioned, because I have, if there is any respect for the judiciary, is to comply with the decision of the court. Did we comply with the decision of the court? Yes. We went back to the election.
But you haven't in many of the other court orders that we have cited here tonight.
We went back to the election. And the admission that the fact that there are so many outstanding issues, and the fact that I have singled them out and they are part of what I intend to sort out, is actually halfway the solution. I don't think if you look at the manifesto of our competitors, they have recognized that as an issue. I have recognized that as an issue because I believe in the independence of the judiciary. I believe government should lead from the front in obeying court orders. And in fact, we have said in our manifesto, if you read it clearly, it says we will look at all judgments that have been entered against government, and we will develop a mechanism to make sure that within 1 year we comply with all judgments entered against government, so that even as we drive the country to obey court orders, we lead as government from the front.
Let's talk about something else, Mr. Deputy President, and this is with regards to leadership and integrity. Your opponent, who did not turn up tonight, said he could not come to this debate because he did not want to face a man who has no regard for ethics, public morals, or shame. How do you respond to that?
Do you sincerely believe that that is the reason why he's not here? I don't think so. I don't think so. My competitor is not here because he doesn't have a plan. He doesn't have an agenda. He cannot articulate anything to the people of Kenya. That's why he's not here. Secondly, my competitor is not here because he doesn't want to answer difficult questions. You know, he's been part of this administration, the handshake administration, for the last 5 years. KEMSA happened, and many other things happened. In fact, my competitor could not come here because he's not the real candidate. He's a project.
At this moment, Honorable Ruto, just one moment, just to remind our members of the audience that they agreed to abide by the rules of the debate, and that involves no cheers, no jeers, no noise. Honorable Ruto, I'm sorry I interrupted you. Please carry on.
Sorry. So, I mean, that's the reason. So these are just scapegoats. You know, he's dodging difficult questions. He doesn't want to answer. His allies, the handshake allies,
Mr. Deputy President, there are expectations that are laid out in the Constitution and in law with regards to the character and the values that a leader should have. Do you think when you go out in public campaigns and you use terms to describe your fellow leaders, that demonstrates you as somebody with great values, fit for leadership?
I have tremendous respect for all Kenyans and all Kenyan leaders. I have not in any way undermined the public standing of any leader or any person or any Kenyan for that matter. I have not called anybody washenzi. I have not called anybody takataka. I'm just a...
Kitendawili?
Huh?
Kitendawili?
I mean, is kitendawili an insult?
Ganga?
Huh? I think we have all come to understand what kitendawili means.
Mr. Deputy President, there's public perception that associates you with a rather good appetite for acquisition of property, particularly land. And this has been mentioned many times. Questionable acquisition of land, this has been said publicly, Taita Taveta, in Transmara, the former Vice President's house, the late Joseph Murumbi, and others. In fact, there was a conviction in court with regards to 100 acres of land that you were ordered to surrender back to its rightful owner and also pay some reparations. Does this public perception affect you?
For your information, that's why I am proposing in our manifesto to deal firmly and squarely, institutionally, with a fight against corruption. Because allegations are made, left, right, and center. Any piece of land that I have is legally acquired. In fact, I think we need to discuss the Muteshi land. You've talked about the 100 acres. I was a victim of fraudulent sellers of that land. What the court ordered me to do was to pay for the 3 years I had occupied the land. And they calculated and said the income from this land would be approximately 5 million shillings for 3 years. And that's what I paid. The people who sold the land to me were taken to court for fraudulently selling the piece of land to me. Those people are in court. The
Taveta, my question was, all these allegations.
Taveta land issue.
There was that, there's a Taveta, there's Western Hotel, there's Transmara. As a person,
yes.
As a person, what does this make you feel when you hear that there's all this public perception about you and irregular acquisition of land?
You see, acquisition of property is a legitimate endeavor. How you acquire it, if it is legitimate, you've paid value for it, and I want to tell you, I have paid value for any property that I have. Maybe the whole story has, like everything else that has been said, and all manner of allegations have been raised about many people, you know. My competitor, Dominion land has been mentioned about him, Molasses land, so many other pieces of land. Does that make you guilty? Not at all. I think the presumption of innocence and the fact that I can stand up to scrutiny. And for your information, I am probably the politician in Kenya that has been audited, left, right, upside down, inside out, on any matter, you know. And maybe because I have raised my head beyond what many people think I should. If I was a quiet business person, I am sure I wouldn't attract the same kind of labeling that I've been subjected to.
How much is enough?
Enough is enough.
Mr. Deputy President. Mr. Deputy President, we'd like to conclude this conversation with the election preparation. We're just 2 weeks away to the August 9th general election. You've previously said that yes, you are willing and ready to accept the outcome of the election. Are there any circumstances under which you will not accept the outcome of the election? For a minute.
Accepting the outcome of the election includes going to court if you have an issue with the results. That's accepting the outcome of the election. Okay, you say my competitor has won. I have a doubt and I will go to court. Why I make that deliberate statement is because we have had a situation in Kenya where every other election we foment a crisis around refusing to accept the outcome of election. And it has cost us lives, property, and many other things. And I needed to be on record, and which I am, that I will accept the outcome of this election. I know that the people of Kenya will make a choice. If it is me, I will prepare to govern the country on day one. If it is not me, I will accept that my competitor has won. If I have any issue, I will go to court and accept the outcome of the court.
Honorable Ruto, we've come to the end of this conversation tonight. We would like to give you 2 minutes to give us your closing statement tonight.
I think it is very important for us to look at this election against what is the competition. Our competitors have run away from this debate in total contempt to the people of Kenya, because it's not William Ruto who is going to make this choice. It is the people of Kenya that we are speaking to. They have very little regard for the people of Kenya. They think the deep state is going to make the decision. They think that the system is going to make the decision. I want to tell the people of Kenya tonight that they are the ones who will make the decision on the 9th of August. Their vote is what will make the next government happen. And I want to encourage them to disregard the propaganda, the mobilization of chiefs and all these people and the provincial administration and the whole of this contempt and madharau, and tell them tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 wa Kenya, ninyi ndio mtaamua serikali ambayo inakuja. Na mimi nawaambia serikali ya Kenya Kwanza itapunguza gharama ya maisha. Tutahakikisha kwamba watoto wetu milioni 5 wako na ajira. Tutahakikisha kwamba kila mmoja wetu anaweza kwenda hospitali na kuwe na bima ya afya, na tunaweza pia tutahakikisha kwamba kuna maji na watoto wetu wanasoma. Tuko na mpango. Tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 waamuke, wapige kura, watengeneze serikali, tuende mbele pamoja.
Shukran sana, Mr. Deputy President. Honorable Dr. William Ruto, thank you for making the time for us tonight.
Thank you very much.
That's right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, and the viewers,